telling.
Oh no, he's doing it. No.
It's this weirdo conspiracy theory groupthink shit.
No. Oh, fuck's sake. That's not groupthink, that's conformity.
And this becomes groupthink, and they believe it's true.
Let's talk about groupthink.
We can create a groupthink mentality of basically cultists who just
Oh, are we on?
content creators constantly.
Oh, so we are. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Nearly ready. So just start the pre-video podcast intro, and then we'll get on with things. So yeah, this is the pre-video podcast episode. Actually, how many videos have I done? Actually, I suppose it don't matter, because this is the first one I'm doing of these anyway, isn't it? So yeah, should I drop it? It's a shit bit, isn't it? It's not really a pre-video podcast, I just wanted to see if I could do a video. You're not impressed by it, are you? Yeah, it was a bad idea. I had the beard as well, I know. I'm going to go shave this in a minute. Enjoy Phil talking about his bills.
So that's the plan. But then all of a sudden I start noticing this week, the last couple days, number one, everyone's kind of being negative on the stream, saying, oh, Phil's just playing these old games. Phil's playing games that are horror-themed and Halloween ended. And we really wish that he would have went out and bought Metroid Dread and Guardians of the Galaxy, and that's what he was playing this week, because that would have brought new games to the stream, and that would have allowed new eyes on the stream. People who've been waiting for these games would have been excited, and it would have basically been a much better situation, okay? That's basically what people were saying the last couple of days. And then, admittedly, on top of that, the last 2 days, support on my streams has been slow as hell. We're talking like, I'm streaming 2 hours, and we haven't even hit the Gunner Glass's goal yet. Some days we barely do. The night streams have been really slow. Last night, I made $30.
Right, let's just focus for one moment on the grease in that hair. Because holy shit. That is at least 3 days since a shower grease. That. Holy fuck. I swear to God, right, my personal opinion, as the theory has led me to believe, is he only showers on his day off. 1 shower a week, that's it. And I think it's because somewhere along the way Kat has drawn a line under, I am not going out with you in public smelling like you've not had a shower for a week. We are not going to walk round PetSmart with you smelling worse than most of the things for sale in PetSmart. Just because you give you a wash and dry at the hairdressers does not mean you can avoid it for the rest of the week. You're off. It's already getting on your nerves. She doesn't like it when we talk DSP.
Playing House of Ashes, which is crazy because the attendance was good. The actual attendance of the stream was pretty decent for a late night stream of a game I've already beaten once, but contributions have been pretty slow. I'm just being honest, okay? So here's what I'm noticing, and I'm like, well, this is not good.
I also want to take a moment to sort of really dwell on the idea that he sees attendance and he sees support as different things, and he feels that like they're interconnected, that because you've had a lot of people show up means a lot of people should give you money. And it's just, I feel like it's a combination of a number of things at this point. I don't feel comfortable saying it's entirely because of narcissism, or it's entirely because of, how he's been conditioned, or it's entirely because, he knows that a whale is going to show up at some point and he's just not been able to be introspective enough to think maybe I've scared off enough of them that now only 1 or 2 are showing up. So I feel like it's a combination of things. There's probably also other things that I've not mentioned involved, but I feel like those are the big three. He's been conditioned into it because he's had so many whales show up over the years, and he's always had a number of... it might have been highly inflated on Twitch, but still, that number is there for him to see. And because more people were giving him money back when he was on Twitch, and he was still regularly getting 900 to 1,000 viewers per stream, he feels like there's a ratio between the two that should be maintained, when reality is that the ratio is far greater skewed towards the number turning up than it is towards the number of people who contribute. So, and again, there's the narcissistic element of he is entitled. He is an entitled person who feels like he deserves the best because he's the centre of the world. So there's that. But there's also the level of entitlement that comes with being conditioned into it because of all the years that you've had of having inflated numbers and inflated donations on Twitch. So I feel like it's a combination of things there, but it's a thing that he does a lot, and it's a belief that he still carries to this day. I mean, in all fairness, why wouldn't you? Because it's been borne out thus far. But more and more recently, reality is starting to hit him, and the more often he goes back to this well, I feel like it's an indicator of the more and more desperate he is to deny that reality. Reality in terms of disconfirming evidence is what I mean there. And for narcissists in particular, disconfirming evidence is not a nice thing that they have to accept. For most of us, it's not. Most of us don't like being wrong. But most of us also accept that at some point you're going to be wrong. So we prepare ourselves to receive disconfirming evidence, whenever it's appropriate. Like when I'd submit papers and essays and things, and you'd be like, right, someone's going to tear this apart. Because they're going to critically analyse and review it. And, if you include a theory or you make reference to a theory or a work or an experiment, you have to be prepared to get the feedback that's like, but this theory contradicts that, or this person has disproven that, or this person's other experiments have shown the opposite. You have to accept that at points in your life, someone's going to say, actually, you're wrong about that, and you're not going to be able to go, no, I'm not. But the more he comes back to that, the more it feels like he's desperately trying to say, no, you're wrong. I'm not wrong, you're wrong. Because the reality has always been, well, for Phil at least, Phil's reality has always been, I've got 900 to 1,000 viewers every stream, and I routinely get 100 to 200 to 300 per stream. And that's just not been possible here on YouTube. Which is why he keeps wanting it to... The gifted subs. He wants gifted subs because of this. So, yeah. Anyway, I need to stop giving Future Edit me some work.
Because allow me to now elaborate a little bit on what's been going on with me these last few weeks and how it's affected me and what I wanted to do on streams, and how basically I haven't really had the flexibility to do what I want, okay?
So you did scratch there. I think he's going to be picking.
October was not a great month. I talked about it all October. I said, man, October this year is the polar opposite of how October usually goes. Usually, here's how the year goes for me. The summer's pretty decent, and then all of a sudden in October, things really ramp up because a ton of new games come out, back to back to back. Usually they're high-profile, AAA, giant, hyped games. This brings in more people to my content and my streams to watch these hyped games. In turn, this brings in more contributions, more ad revenue because there's more views on my content. In general, October is the first of 3 giant months where things go whoop for me with content creation. I don't know how it works with everyone else out there. I would assume it's kind of the same for anyone who does video game stuff. But this year...
If you hadn't been such an obnoxious prick and had actually managed to maintain some connections in and around the industry that you ostensibly work in, you might have had a few people who also stream and create content relating to video games that would have been able to give you an answer to that. This is the point. This is the benefit of maintaining social relationships. You don't just get them to be able to go, could you lend us a tenner every now and then. You get to ask them questions about things you don't know. And sometimes they're able to give you an answer because they work in the same industry and they might know. It's not just personal friendships you need to maintain. It's not just like intimate relationships. You need to maintain professional relationships as well. You need to maintain business relationships. And most of us, having not possessing personalities that are like sandpaper, we can maintain those relationships. But obviously, narcissists and sociopaths and psychopaths will struggle. I would argue that psychopaths and sociopaths struggle less because they are at least cynical enough to be able to understand the value of them. You know, psychopaths and sociopaths may use relationships in order to get ahead or to get what they want from you, but they at least can acknowledge the importance and the need to maintain those relationships in order to get those things in the first place. They understand the value of maintaining a relationship. It may not be for like emotional or moral reasons, but they understand a value to it. Whereas narcissists only see relationships in terms of you should be giving me this thing because I'm fucking great and I'm owed this thing. So, yeah. Maybe you just shouldn't have been a cunt to everybody you met online, Phil. You might have people that you could talk to about this sort of thing.
Was actually the opposite. The actual opposite. This year, October things went down from September. Why? I'll tell you exactly why. Because there was nothing going on in October. Alan Wake Remastered. Super Monkey Ball Collection. Right? Far Cry 6, the sequel to a game that's almost exactly the same game, and everyone panned the game in reviews.
In the time since this has been done, he's finished the GTA remaster, all three of them. He's played Resident Evil 4. He's currently playing Skyrim. So, this sort of... Guys, contributions were low. I didn't make that much money because normally I would have a bunch of high-profile releases, and instead I've only had the games that are, you know, old games and remasters that nobody's been interested in. Even though Far Cry 6, right, again, Far Cry 6, you can accept the argument that it's a sequel, so, you know, it's just more Far Cry, but it's still a major release. Plus, Metroid Dread, that you didn't want to touch. And he had to be cajoled into playing. He had to be bullied into playing. He had to be persistently nagged by his chat into playing. People gave him money to buy Metroid Dread, and he said no. And it would have been a major source for him. It would have been a major revenue generator for him, because it's fucking Metroid Dread, and people wanted him to see it, to the point where they were giving him money to go and buy it. They wanted to see him play. You know what I meant? I'm so bad at this sometimes.
Even though, personally, I'm really liking the game and I think it's chill fun, it's hard to bring eyes to a stream when everyone out there slammed the game saying it's too similar to the previous games and it's not fun. I disagree.
He's just used it in that context. Sorry for giving you more work, Steve, but he's just used it in that context. He's just used it along with like Alan Wake and GTA and Super Monkey Ball to say, it's just another Far Cry, so no one's really interested.
This year, October things went down from September. Why? I'll tell you exactly why. Because there was nothing going on in October. Alan Wake Remastered. Super Monkey Ball Collection. Right? Far Cry 6, the sequel to a game that's almost exactly the same game, and everyone panned the game in reviews.
Even though he's now criticising people for doing that, for saying, oh, it's just more Far Cry, so we're not really interested. And also it was fucking heavily marketed, so people were obviously bigging it up. They weren't going, I don't bother, no one cares. You know, so Far Cry ads on like buses and shit.
But it is what it is. The stigma is already out there, right? Lost Judgment, no, I didn't expect that we were going to get giant amount of eyes on my streams for Lost Judgment.
But it's fine because is it Jax? No, Jax is Street Fighter, isn't it? You had one whale who wanted to see you play Judgment, so you were fine with continuing playing it, even though it was actually harming your brand because people didn't want to see it, so they weren't turning up and thus weren't there to give you money.
We didn't have it for Yakuza, we didn't have it for the original Judgment, so that's not a shock, okay? House of Ashes, for 2 days, the streams were great, And then after I beat the first run, now I'm doing the second run, and of course, that you're going to have diminishing returns. You're not going to have people who are here for the entirety of the second playthrough and supporting the second playthrough the way they did the first playthrough. This is all natural stuff. But the point I'm making here, okay? The point I'm making here is that October this year had zero, and I mean it, zero AAA high-profile hyped releases.
There was a point in January where you were playing Resident Evil and Skyrim.
The two games that I skipped in October, Metroid Dread, well, that game was the sequel to a game from the early 2000s that is an old school Metroid game. Every time I play Metroidvania style games on my streams, they fail.
I want to strangle him so much because of that. Fucking Metroid Dread comes out and he's like, oh, it's a sequel to a game that's 6 years old. It's fucking the first Metroid game since like Other M.
Thumbs down, motherfucker.
And, you know, again, not only is it the first sequel, like he thinks, oh yeah, it's 6 years ago, so nobody cares about it, as opposed to all these people caring about it and having to wait for 6 years to repair the damage that the most recent entry did. Look, Josh, I know that you like Other M, but I'm one of the people who just, I don't even want to play it at this point. I've heard enough. I can understand this argument.
Low viewership, low support, low everything, and everyone's screaming for me to play something else. So I admittedly skipped it on purpose, thinking that's a game that I could play later when there's other cool stuff going on in games. I'll balance it with that so that...
No, you didn't. You just didn't want to play it. You just outright did not want to play it. You didn't think, oh, I'll play it later, when there's lots of other stuff going on and I can balance it. As opposed to, I'll play it now, when it's the big, huge release of the month. Because it's fucking Metroid Dread.
It's not me playing it and everyone complaining that it's boring. You see? Now, Guardians of the Galaxy. Admittedly, that's a game that I missed out on because the game was completely misrepresented. That game, all the previews and everything they put out for it, the game looked bad. Like, it really looked terrible. And then apparently the game comes out and everyone says, oh my god, this game is really outstanding. Well, shit. That one, admittedly, that's a miss for me. I absolutely would have played it on launch day if I had known it was going to be good.
It's never his fault. I mean, to be fair, I don't remember much about Guardians of the Galaxy advertising leading up to it. I do vaguely remember that he's sort of right. A lot of people were saying it looks kind of crap. And then when it came out, people were like, oh, it's actually pretty good. So I'm sort of with him. But I just, again, there's a hypocrisy here where normally he's like, you shouldn't follow video game reviewers. You shouldn't, he has, I did a fucking breakdown. I had a fucking breakdown when he was talking about video game reviewers and how shit everything is. And I don't want to start it all up in my comments again. So I'm not going to touch it. I just want to point out that he is a person who is very much of the, they're all shit and they don't know what they're doing. And they had fucking a woman reviewing Duke Nukem Forever. And get on with it, Steve. Here he is going, all the games reviewers and all the media said it looked like shit. So I didn't. Why are you paying attention to them if they're always wrong, though? Why wouldn't you go straight in on it? If they're all saying it's shit and you're like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Why didn't you go all in on it then? Why is it now their fault? Because you as a narcissist cannot accept personal responsibility. It is their fault. It's somebody else's fault. It's not your fault. You didn't know. You were only going off what the people who are supposed to review games were saying about the game. So, it's fine. And again, yeah, okay, to some extent, yeah, I'm with it. If everybody's saying it's shit and then it comes out and it's good, fine. But I just feel like it's a bit where he's like, oh, I don't listen to video game reviewers, except in this case when I can use it to justify this thing.
But all the evidence we had said it wasn't going to be good. And then it comes out and it's great. I'm like, okay, well, that's definitely one that I want to play then, okay? Now, that was October. Now we're in November, okay? Here's the situation I'm facing, all right? And this is me being completely transparent with all of you. I'm broke, basically.
When you preface a statement like that, it's normally because you're not. Listen, guys, I'm telling you the truth here. I'm broke. Normally don't have to tell people that you're telling them the truth if you're telling them the truth. Because if you're telling them the truth, you don't need to. You're telling them the truth. You might have to convince them that you're telling the truth, but that comes later. You do that in a bit when you find out that they don't believe you. At the start of it, you tell somebody the truth. You don't say, I'm going to tell you the truth. You know, this is what it is. Unless you've been caught fucking up. Which, to be fair, you know. If you've dropped something, if you've broken, like, a nice plate in the kitchen, and your missus comes running in. What the fuck happened? You can blame it on the cat jumping onto the side, or you can, I'm going to tell you the truth, I fucked up. That's fine. But normally, ostensibly, to tell someone the truth, you don't preface it by telling them you're about to tell them the truth. The truthfulness of your statement is enough until it's questioned. Because if what you're saying is believable, if it's the truth, it's believable. You know? If it might seem a bit ridiculous, but it's still within the confines of believability, then you might have to, you know, be prepared to defend your statement. But typically, you don't need to tell somebody that you're telling them the truth. Unless you're trying to convince them that you're telling them the truth. And typically, you don't try to convince someone that you're telling them the truth unless that you've told them first and they don't believe you. Then you have to try and convince them. Otherwise, telling somebody the truth is just straight up telling them the truth. You don't go, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not fucking about. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I swear to God, this is what happened. You just tell somebody the truth. And then you say, no, seriously, I'm not making it up. That actually happened. When they go, it's a bit ridiculous. I don't believe you. Unless you're a liar. Because then you're automatically wanting to convince somebody that you're telling them the truth. So you tell them to try to convince them. You say, I'm going to tell you the truth here. Because they don't necessarily believe that you're going to tell them the truth. And you know that it's a lie, so you know it's not hardly like, you know it's less likely to be believed. So you have to reassure somebody that you're telling them the truth. I swear to God. Why did I end it like that? Now some of you aren't actually going to believe me and you're going to think I'm fucking lying. Nah, most of you are detractors. Most of you already know this, you know. I'm only just highlighting it because it is a thing that's noticed in psychology as well. And I wanted you all to know that.
I don't have funds to do anything with right now, okay? In October, at the end of the month, I was hit with a over $1,500 legal bill for shit that I had to do to try to clean up the giant mess made by someone who committed identity theft with me and screwed up all my financials. I had things that were fucked up to the point where I had multiple things that weren't paid, fees on top of fees, saying I'm in default and stuff, which I should not have been, but all my shit was compromised. So it got frozen, and it took me a while to figure all this shit out.
But why, Phil? Because we thought all that information was fake. We thought none of what was leaked was true. I mean, that's what you said, right? When you told us the truth, right? Also, I'm just going to sort of, because I don't want to keep doing this, but I do just want to point out that along with other people, I've had my account frozen once or twice. You know, normally when I've been on holiday, normally when I went to Canada, and it's actually happened 3 times to me now that I think about it. It's happened in Canada, in Amsterdam, and were we in Hungary or Serbia? I think it was in Hungary. I think it was when we were in Hungary. And I've gone to use my card to take out cash or to pay for something, and it's been declined. And my account's been frozen, and I've had to call the bank. Or the bank has like shortly called me to sort of like say there's suspicious activity on your account. So I, you know, by suspicious, we mean it's coming from another country, and I've had to go, yeah, that's me. I'm currently in Canada, you know. But it's a fairly quick thing, and I would assume that while it's not as quick when it's a case of fraudulent activity in this sense, I would imagine it's still quicker than the timeline that he gives, because it's Phil giving that timeline. So any statement from Phil must automatically be taken with more than a pinch of salt. So I would imagine that he's exaggerating again. He's exaggerating, and again, to portray him as a victim, which he doesn't need to do in this case. If you know, it is arguably, like I've said, like 4.5 hours of footage. Although to be fair, only like 2.5 hours of that were about this. The rest of it was me having a meltdown about his social relationships. So yeah, it's Phil exaggerating because he doesn't need to portray him as a victim, but he has to, you know, he has to exaggerate the impact of it because it makes it more believable. So, you know, you don't have to watch the previous video that's 4.5 hours long now.
And I had to pay a ton of money to get stuff fixed and get back on track, which thankfully I am now.
And thanks for watching, by the way. I really do appreciate the views.
But it costs money. I actually said this on Twitter. I said, in America, it's fucked up because you become the victim of a crime and you have to pay money to fix your own shit. Like, I was the victim of a federal crime, but now I'm set back tons of money.
You are not going to pursue that. That's very strange to me because, as I've said previously, when you know, all being well in a system, when you are the victim of a crime like slander, if you have the legal means to go after that person, you will, because you are the victim of a crime and you deserve reparations for that crime. You deserve to see the person who committed that crime punished by society. So you typically will. But the fact that he hasn't, you know, that just speaks volumes to me. Because, like, forensic psychology is a fair bit of it is to do with the legal system and how people use it and why they use it and the psychology that compels lots of things to do with the legal system. So typically when people have the means to sort of like go, hang on a minute, I've been the victim of a crime here and I would like to pursue this person, when the system works, they go for it, you know, within the confines of the criminal justice system. Justice is seen to be served because people have felt, I have been the victim of a crime and I would like to see the perpetrator of that crime punished. So here's, you know, that's what's usually done when people are victims of crimes. But he doesn't want to chase it. He could arguably use this case. He could use this incident. Yeah, let's call it. No, we can't call it incident. When you say incident in Darkside Phil, another thought comes to mind. So let's say he could use the leaks as a great way to scam more money out of his I nearly said his subs then. I didn't mean subscribers either. He could use this money to milk his audience out of he could use this money. He could use the leaks to get more money out of his audience by holding a special stream and saying, this is for legal funds. I am doing this to raise money so that I can get a lawyer to pursue this in court. And Darkside Phil is the sort of person who will take an opportunity to get more money out of his fans with both hands and strangle it until it stops moving. So that he hasn't taken this opportunity speaks volumes. And I know that it's DSP, and recently he's been on, and I say recently, the last few years, more general than last few months, last few years, he's been all, guys, you need to stop giving out public information, you need private information, you need to stop telling the internet everything about your private lives, and so, you know, everything in my life is at risk of being trolled, so I'm not going to say anything about this thing, and he's been trying to sort of like keep a lid on that. But even so, this is the thing that he didn't deny. He had to address it. He did address it. But he's not done anything about it. Although, having said that, I have the benefit of hindsight. And I also know that he had a month's worth of cat litter in his garage. So, used cat litter in his garage. So, it shouldn't really surprise me that he does nothing. Anything that involves effort that doesn't immediately benefit. It might be that, actually. It might be that the legal process is often slow and it often takes a long time. And he needs the immediacy. He needs instant gratifications. He can't put in too much effort into something that pays off further down the road. He needs to put in little effort into anything that pays off immediately. So maybe it's that he just doesn't think it would be. No, it can't be that. He would the ability to say, I have taken this guy down. The ability to say, this guy has been bitch-slapped by the courts in my name. The ability to say, I, Darkside Phil, brought this person down by law. I am 100% in the right, according to society's morals and norms and values, as written in law. I am right. He would not be able to pass that up. More so than an opportunity to get money out of his hands, he would not be able to pass up the personal victory of being able to say, I took down this guy who harmed me. I took down this detractor who tangibly harmed me. He wouldn't give that up. So that he hasn't gone for it speaks volumes.
Because of a criminal. And I have no defense against it.
You do have a defense against it. You're just not taking it.
Okay? Now, I'm just going to tell you guys this right now. I am not going to put up with any more fucking slander and...
Again, if it had happened to you, you would chase it. And if you went to the police and they said, yes, this is a crime that we can investigate, you need legal representation then. You would find a lawyer. The fact that he hasn't speaks volumes. I still think he went to the police and he said, this thing has happened to me. And they went, there's not really much we can do because it's not technically a crime. I mean, he's access to your account, but not giving away your personal details. He's not used money of yours in a fraudulent way. I think they slowly walked him through why he couldn't do anything here. And not to say that, again, I'm not condoning what the guy did, but we have the information now. So, I don't condone what Stanley Milgram did, but we have the information from his experiments. I don't condone what Zimbardo did, but his information turned out to be worthless anyway, so who cares?
And defamation and bullshit. These scumbags who say, oh, I know all about identity theft. You don't have to spend any money to do anything. Fuck you and your mother.
Sorry, Editor Steve, for giving you a lot of work. But here we see Davoside Phil in action here. Phil is not the only person who will have had some form of identity theft happen to them. Phil is not the only person who knows anything about internet security. Phil is not the only person who will have had to have gone through something like this at some point in their lives. Phil is not the only person who will have experience of the legal system as it pertains to dealing with incidents of fraud or identity theft or anything like this. I really need to stop drinking that. It's not good. But the idea that you might have had experience of this and therefore can say to Phil, actually, here's where your account of events is incorrect because when it happened to me, this is what happened. Oh my God, that's an attack and a half to Phil. Oh my God, he cannot deal with that at all. He does not have to deal with that at all, though. That's the thing here. You could come into his chat and say, actually feel you're wrong about this, and I know because I'm like a lawyer who specializes in identity theft and fraud, and I've worked on so many cases like this, and I can tell you that in this case this thing happens, or when this thing happens you should do this, or can do this, or should do this. Get the fuck out. You are being banned. Fuck you and your mother. Immediately attack. Not even bothering to shut down your argument. Just straight out attack. That is a wounded animal. Cornered and frightened and about to die. That is a nerve that's been touched. Immediately gone to fuck you and your mother. Not even, you are wrong about this. Here's why you're wrong. Now fuck off. Immediate attack. That's how you know how sensitive he is about this. That's how you know that this has really, really gotten to him. Just straight up attack.
Really, fuck you and your mother. Because you're a piece of shit. I'm the one who's going through it right now.
You're a piece of shit. For having gone through the thing he's currently begging for pity and support for, because he's going through it. You're a piece of shit for doing that. For going through that thing that he's currently going through and he's saying is awful. Fuck off, mate. How dare you come in here and say this is how it's done? How dare you even suggest that his account of how things have gone down and how things are in America when you are the victim of a crime is wrong? How very fucking dare you have an opinion that's contrary to him about this? This thing that is really important. This is more important than most. This is more important than disagreeing with him on which game in a series is the best, or which hat is the best, or, anything. Pick your poison. Any disagreement you can have with him. This thing is so important because it was a major breach into his life. And it was the thing that confirmed everything that detractors had been saying. It is that important. And how fucking dare you believe somebody else about it? You should not have been listening to somebody else. His opinion of it, his recount of it, his account of it is the only gospel truth you need. You should not question that. You should accept it immediately and 100% believe it. And if you don't, you're a piece of shit. Fuck you and your mother.
I'm the one who's going to have a bad time trying to pay back all this fucking money I owe now for all the shit I had to go through. I know what I fucking owe because I have the bill in front of me.
Do you normally get billed in America for nothing? Or do you get billed for wasting police time, don't you? I would imagine that. No, actually, you probably get arrested for that. Okay. Accept it, Steve. To be fair, he's probably talking about having to pay, legal fees, for example. But he says the bill. He specifies one bill.
The shit I had to go through. I know what I fucking owe because I have the bill in front of me.
The bill. So, one bill. So, assuming for legal inquiries. Maybe he phoned up a lawyer and explained the situation to them, and they said, it's not what we can do, mate. Here's why. But now that you've listened to us, or now that we've had a meeting to discuss it, here's the bill. Because you do owe us for our time, I would imagine that lawyers can charge for consultancy. So when he says the bill, I feel like he's just talking about cumulatively all the late fees and all the charges that he's incurred for not paying on time, which he does anyway, because we know, because of the bank leaks, because of this thing that he's complaining about. We know it proved to us that we know that he goes into he incurs charges because he's late. Sometimes, when he has the money to pay for things, but instead he spends it on iTunes mysteriously for a person who doesn't listen to music. $16.51. He doesn't listen to the radio in the car. What the fuck? So for whatever reason, he's just condensed everything into the bill. And How dare you, as a person who may also have gone through this and had to deal with similar situations before him, even suggest that that's wrong, that his account is wrong? How dare you suggest that? It is an immediately aggressive response. It's not even defensive at this point. It's fucking outright hostility, this. He's not even bothering trying to defend himself or to deflect the accusation. And he does that every now and then. You'll notice that every now and then somebody will say something or ask something or mention something and he'll go, look, just fuck you, fuck off, I'm not dealing with it. And in those situations, you can normally tell that's a thing he's really sensitive about, that he doesn't want to address. And he doesn't want to address it because it's so sensitive. It's a raw nerve. It's an exposed nerve in your tooth. And every now and then someone comes along and goes into his face. That's what that is. That's not defensiveness. That's just outright hostility. Because all he can do in that situation is attack. Because he's a cornered, scared, wounded animal.
And you're not going to sit here on the internet and lie about it because you're a scumbag who just wants to fucking contradict everything I say.
You can't say you contradict everything. You are lying to contradict everything he says. You cannot have a different experience to him. His experience, his account, his retelling of events as they occurred, as far as he is concerned, is the only one. It is the only one true way. It is the path to enlightenment. It is the only account you need, even if you've got personal experience in this situation that differs from him. His is the only one that you should be listening to. And if you have a situation, an experience, and a recollection of things that's different to his, you are full of shit and you're lying and you're only doing that to contradict him. You cannot possibly just disagree with him. You are doing it specifically to contradict him because you're a piece of shit. That's how wounded his ego is here.
To try to make me look bad. Fuck you.
See, you're only doing it to make him look bad. Sorry for all the pausing, Steve. You're only doing it to make him look bad. You're not doing it because you've got a different experience of things and you think he's lying. You are doing it to make him look bad. You are not doing it because you disagree. You're doing it deliberately to contradict him, to make him look bad. That's why because you're a piece of shit. He is fucking wounded by this. This has touched a nerve, and it's just, I wish people had pressed it more. I wish it had been pressed more. I know in the benefit of hindsight over the last 2 months, it's sort of died down a bit. People haven't forgotten it, but things are sort of moving on a bit. And I sort of wish it had been poked a bit more. Maybe it will again in the coming weeks and months. I'm currently filming and editing this in January. So maybe like late January, February, March, people will start bringing it up again. Because it's a real sore point for him. He's really reacting badly to this. So there's obviously something to it. And obviously we all know that there's something that there is to it is the fact that it's real. The fact that the bank leaks were real. But, you know, I just wish it'd been poked a bit more.
You don't know shit. You don't. You're not here in my shoes putting up with this shit every day. I'm tired of the slander and defamation against me and everyone saying I'm a liar. Fuck you.
Do you ever think that if you had people like that constantly, you might think, why? Why did they do that? And you might, well, actually, no, he wouldn't, would he? He wouldn't think that there might be something wrong with him that's provoking this response in other people, because he can't be introspective because he's a narcissist. But most of us, if we got like the level of antagonism from people that he gets, we would think, what am I doing wrong here? You know, you like look at your content and see how you come across as a person, or you would sort of like reassess the things that you've said and think, was I being a prick there, or was I being a knob there, or was what I said unreasonable? You know, people would generally question themselves if they're getting, you know, aggressive responses like this, like he claims to get. So, and he's lucky. Wings is far worse, from what I've heard. Wings trolls are far worse than DSP's trolls. you know, and I mean trolls as in like people who do sort of, you know, people who are in chat sending him questions and things. Which is basically like the extent of most of it, you know. The person who leaked the bank leaks is a statistical anomaly. Most of DSP's trolls just come in and drop a WWE Champions reference in his chat and then accept the ban. So he gets off quite lucky, considering how much stress and impact on his life he's claiming all this has had. But most of us, if we got anything like that, and I know that I've had 1 or 2 trolls come into my comments, but even that's nothing like, you know, what Phil's got. So I feel like safe enough to say if most of us got anything like what Phil got, we would reassess what we were doing. We would at least ask ourselves. We might end up concluding that now we're not wrong, but we would at least go through the process of thinking, did I do something wrong? And you'd go over like your content and you'd see, am I putting out anything that antagonizes people, or am I coming across as a bit too much of a dick, or has what I said offended somebody somehow? Can it be considered offensive? You know, you would question yourself. You would look through what you'd done and think, where along the line are people, you know, suddenly taking, actually no, fuck this guy, what's making them do that? But that's because most of us are able to be introspective, whereas as a narcissist, Phil obviously isn't. So sadly, that will forever elude him. That knowledge that, Phil, people don't like you because you're a prick.
You don't know anything. You're a dumb fucking kid living in your parents' fucking basement with no bills and no responsibility for yourself. Or you're some lucky snowflake who's been protected from real life and doesn't actually understand the repercussions when someone fucks with your livelihood every single fucking day like they do with mine.
Oh, fuck. Right. Where do I begin with that? I mean, I've just... Any other circumstance, I would be like, that's a thing of beauty, that's a piece of art. That's something that deserves to be in a gilded frame in a gallery somewhere. That's just... Oh, it's beautiful. But in the context of this, holy fuck, that is... I can't even... I'm struggling to find the words for it, to be honest. And I think... Right, so you're either still living in your parents' bedroom, which is amazing to come from Phil, because he is still mentally in that mindset. He has never grown past that point mentally. As far as he's concerned, though, he is an adult because he has a house and a wife and he has bills and he's having to do something very adult right now, which is deal with this. So anybody below him, anybody that is the object of his ire, anybody that is the target of his frustrations, anybody that's aggrieved him in any way, is automatically rungs below that. He is at the level of, I am an adult, and anybody that actually dares disagree with him is levels below him. You cannot be an adult, so you must therefore be a child. And because you're on the internet, and, you know, obviously into games, otherwise you wouldn't be anywhere associated with DSP, like by watching him or detracting from him, you're therefore a gamer who lives with their parents. So you are therefore still living in their basement. You can't have moved out because otherwise you would have more adult things to do. You can't be an adult because you would be at work. You wouldn't be watching Phil's stream, you'd be at work. You would be doing something other than gaming. Your interests would not involve gaming because gaming is for kids and adults have adult interests. Which, you know, that reveals a lot about his audience and how he views his audience, by the way. So, yeah, just keep that in mind next time he tries to tell you he's not a children's entertainer. But, you know, that he's using that as an insult when it's very obviously an insult children still use. It's very obviously an insult that people in their late teens and early 20s still use, because it's those moments when you're sort of first on your way towards adulthood, and so you should be moving on at that point, whereas most people nowadays are struggling to do that because of various economic forces making it unreasonably expensive to move out. But around that time, you start to see, you've moved out, you're starting to rent your first place, and, you've got your first little taste of independence and freedom and adulthood, and it's great. And so everybody else behind is a loser who's still playing games in their basement, in their mother's basement. And that's a mindset that most of us outgrow as we get into our mid to late 20s and into our late 20s to early 30s, and in our early 30s to mid 30s to late 30s to 40s to 50s to 60s. Most of us outgrow that mindset. And the fact that he used it then as a way to insult the people who dare disagree with him about his very sketchy recounting of this incident and his seemingly incompatible opinions and commands. They're not even beliefs at this point, they're commands. They're him telling his audience what to believe. That I have been the victim of identity theft, but the thing that was stolen from me was not true. If you dare disagree with him, you are automatically that, because he is in the mindset of I will use that as an insult. That's the insult. That's the killer insult. That's the ultimate insult. Or you're a snowflake who's been sheltered from all of the harsh realities of the world, such as having to declare bankruptcy because you can't stop playing a mobile phone game that's so addictive that you went into debt to the tune of 13 credit cards. That's an adult responsibility that everybody has, right? The idea of Darkside Phil calling anybody else a snowflake when he's this offended over somebody disagreeing with him, that he has immediately gone, fuck you and your mother, you pieces of shit. The idea of Darkside Phil saying anybody else has been sheltered, when I can't think of a single person on the internet who has had more opportunities for redemption and pissed them away than Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil should be the dictionary definition of falling into success. He is the very core ideal of falling upwards. He is the Peter Principle made flesh. He is Dunning-Kruger personified. This man who has had a bankruptcy granted to him and had hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt wiped, despite it all being his own fault, and despite it being well within his means to pay back that money, because the year before he got bankruptcy, the month leading up to the bankruptcy, he was being given $200 per stream, $400 a day to put on a pissing vest. This man who had the fucking luck to fall into a job where he is paid to play video games, and he sits in a gated community in a house that has only 2 occupants and a DoorDash delivery driver, and he is a man who sits in his pajamas and calls himself a blue-collar worker. This man who gets the ability to block anybody who disagrees with him, anybody he doesn't like, anybody who has a contrary opinion that he doesn't like, to the point where his Twitter account has restricted following. This man thinks other people are snowflakes who have been insulated against the harsh realities of life. This man who still has his parents in reasonably good health. We've seen that picture of his dad. It is fucking mind-blowing that his dad looks healthier than him. In fact, and looking at it, he looks healthier here, and this is only like 2 months old, because recently he's been looking more like a corpse. At least here there's a bit of colour in his face. It might be fleshy, gammony ham colour, but he's got some colour there. Although the lighting might adjust in a minute and reveal the true corpse pallor of his skin. I am not one to talk. But this man who has been insulated against the effects of... This man doesn't even accept responsibility for the effects of his decisions. He cannot accept the consequences of his actions. And yet he thinks that other people are somehow insulated from that. I don't know. It feels like projection, even though it's not. It feels like like ignorance. It feels more like, right, think about this, Steve. It's not ignorance. It's not ignorance because he knows he's been through stuff like a bankruptcy, you know. So he will weaponize the consequences of his behaviors sometimes. You know, he will weaponize that so he can accept consequences of his behavior. But this outburst, this is not projection. It's not necessarily ignorance. What else is there? There's like denial. They can't. Is he denying? Yes, he must be denying. He's denying that these things have happened to him. He can't accept that these things have happened to him. He can't accept that he has had the privilege of having a sheltered existence because it runs contrary to his image of being aggrieved and being the victim of things. And it's a thing that he uses from time to time because the denial of it, even his mind can't accept the denial of you have been insulated from a lot. You have been insulated from the consequences of your actions on a number of occasions. He can't outright deny that. Can he delude himself into denying it, though? Can he, if he's a delusional narcissist, which I don't think he is, but it's possible. Or would he delude himself out of insecurity? Would he delude himself because he's that insecure about it that he can't accept it? He can't accept that he's had... Yeah, he can't publicly accept it, at least. He can't publicly admit to having been insulated from several consequences, such as his bankruptcy being declared. You know, he got that insulation. He doesn't have to pay back most of that money now. His credit cards were wiped. 13 credit cards gone. He no longer has to pay them. And he can't like outright deny that he's never had to suffer that he's been insulated from consequences. But he can delude himself into believing it. He can delude himself into believing that he has been victimized on a number of occasions because he has been victimized on a number of occasions, but he has also escaped the consequences of his behaviors the majority of times. The majority of times when he's said or done something that rightfully should have ended somebody else's career. Threatening to slap an 11-year-old child, for example. And yet he still persists because he is insulated from the consequence of that action. For whatever reason, he has escaped consequences of his actions. So the idea that he can sort of accuse people who disagree with him on this subject of never having experienced the consequences of their actions. You know, they've never had to experience harsh adult realities. Says the man who insulated himself, who has been insulated as well, who has arguably been insulated as well from the consequences of from harsh adult realities. He had a car crash that ran him off the road, caused the airbag to explode in his face, and yet who paid? You know, nothing happened. You know, I'll bet his parents bought him a new car after that. I'll bet they claimed on the insurance. The amount of times he's done something that should have carried consequences and he has escaped consequences is astonishing. But he can't admit that, at least publicly. I wonder whether he believes it privately, because I do feel like he is a delusional narcissist, but I don't know whether the delusion is just delusion. Whether he's deluded himself into believing his own bullshit because it's just so persistent in his life that he bullshits people that he ultimately ends up believing it regardless. Or whether it is... No, he's not delusional. See, again, right. Delusional or insecure. Given this reaction, I'm leaning more towards insecure now. But I feel like there are times when he's deluded himself into believing things because he just spouts that much shit that eventually some of it he's going to end up believing just by the overwhelming vastness of the amount of times he's done it. But I feel like a lot of it comes from an insecure place. Because given this reaction, there's obviously a lot he's insecure about. And I feel like this is a mask that's slipped. So need to move on. I need to move on. But that statement, just fucking wow. Just the idea that Darkside Bill, of all people, thinks other people escape consequences of their actions and don't have to face harsh adult realities when he's just had hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt wiped. Several months after being given $400 a day for over half a year.
Okay? I'm done with it. I am in a bad situation now because of the crimes that happened against me. It's that simple. Now, I had to pay a big chunk of those legal fees at the end of October, because if I didn't, I was going to get slapped with ridiculous amounts of interest and late fees and stuff, on top of the fact that for a month, all my shit was fucked up because I had no money because of the identity theft.
I don't necessarily know that much about how long it takes to get your account unlocked when something like this is going on, but I would imagine it doesn't take a month. I'd imagine that maybe he spent a day, which he did complain about spending all day. So assume it took a day to deal with the bank about this thing. Why would they then wait a month to unlock his account? They would surely have unlocked it on the day. If not, it will be unlocked within the next 3 to 5 working days, for example. And in that time, his wife's account would have been fine, so he might have been able to lean on her for a bit. But I also feel like shortly after he dealt with the bank, his account was unlocked. In fact, let's assume that his account wasn't even locked down, because there's no indication that it was. What would have happened was he would have spent most of that day changing and applying and updating security around his account, changed passwords and things like that. So he would have been able to at least access tips soon after all that was done. He wouldn't have spent a month unable to access money. He certainly wouldn't have spent a month leaning on his missus, because she's only a part-time worker anyway. So assume that her wage was insufficient to pay all the bills that Phil would have had to pay that month. Even so, in that case, most of the time when your account is locked and you go into you incur fees for missed payments, calling the company and saying, I didn't make that payment because my account was locked, because a personal identity theft case was ongoing, and my account was locked down because while this was going on, my account was locked because somebody stole my identity. That company would then contact your bank, and your bank would go, yeah, we had his account locked because we were dealing with an identity theft thing going on, and would then wipe the they would forego the fee that you incurred for late payment. They wouldn't say, oh, well, okay, fair enough, you had your account, you had your identity stolen, so your account was locked. Still going to charge you for the fee, though, because you were late and you missed it. Most companies would rescind that fee, especially once your bank verifies, yes, your account was locked because identity theft investigation was happening. So, once again, I find myself, as I'm sure many of you do, questioning DSP's retelling of events.
Now I have these fees that I have to pay, and
but maybe that's just because I'm a piece of shit who's doing it just to contradict Phil.
I don't pay the legal fees, now again I get slapped with interest and shit, okay? So all that shit going on behind the scenes. On top of that, there's other shit going on too. Like I actually told you guys the other day. So I do this awesome Halloween marathon, right? The Halloween marathon is just outstanding. We have a ton of fun together with it. One of the best ones I've done, I feel.
They're so awesome, and you have so much fun that they chased your wife off the internet.
It's Tevin's fault.
Sorry, I feel like pointing that out, because this is the cult leader thing again. This is gaslight Phil, telling you, the audience, what to believe. I think his use of "we" especially, and I always feel like I have to add this disclaimer because a lot of most YouTubers will say "we." when they're engaging with the audience. The issue here is that Phil's use of it grossly outstrips theirs. Most people use it in a way that is designed to engender a sense of familiarity and friendship and an appropriately light tone, so that everything's convivial and sort of just generally pleasant and a nice atmos. Whereas Phil uses it to really bring people in. Phil uses it to take advantage of people and to make them conform to the group. And he makes them, we're having so much fun. He's telling you you're having fun. He's telling you that the streams are great and they're we always have a great time. Do you though? Because again, one of these streams was so good it chased your wife off the internet. But sorry. Maybe I shouldn't use that because obviously that was Tevin's fault. Right? Okay. You might have noticed, but I had to get a little bit off my face to get this one done.
Because the games were outstanding. The best episode of Feasting with the King we've ever done. The support was good. I made over $300 in tips that day.
That's why it was such a good stream. That's why he had a lot of fun. That's why his audience had such a great time. Because he made $300.
Okay? I literally end the marathon. I go downstairs, and the vacuum cleaner is sitting in the middle of the floor.
Oh yeah, it's right. How much does a vacuum cleaner cost, really? Like what? I don't know, $50? For an alright model. Like, I know a Dyson's pretty expensive, but you don't necessarily have to buy the top of the range model. You can buy vacuum cleaners fairly cheap. Assuming it's a fault that you couldn't fix, it may very well have been just like a blown fuse, Or what's more likely is the filter wasn't cleaned. And the filter hadn't been cleaned for so long that dust and shit just accumulated. And that's assuming that they ever really used it. Maybe Kat's a slob, though. Maybe she's as bad as Phil. I don't necessarily know. I would think that part of the reason Phil wants a person in his life is to do things for him, to do chores like cleaning, as well as cooking and meal prep. He wants somebody to clean. So I would assume that Kat at least cleaned the communal areas. She might not have given a shit about his office, but she would at least see, again, I feel like I might be giving her too much credit, though, because I know how difficult it is to glean anything about this from Phil, because he doesn't mention this at all, and she's not online to question either. So you don't hear anything from her, and you only have his retelling to go off. And again, with his retellings, there's always a pinch of salt that you have to take. So when it comes to saying, oh, by the way, I've incurred another cost because my vacuum cleaner is broke, maybe it's a case of your vacuum cleaner broke because too much shit accumulated and you never cleaned the filter. So, it burned. You tried to use it and just it was so clogged that the motor just went, nah, I can't. And that's assuming they used it. So I can't even assume that they used it, because it could very well be that she's just as lazy as him. And because of how much of a slub and how dirty we know he lets things get, she might be just as bad. I can't imagine that wanting to spend your life cleaning up and making food for this man is enough to want to make you settle down. So I have to assume that there's always something going on with their relationship. And that comes into play when he talks about communal things like, oh, I went downstairs and the vacuum cleaner's broke and my wife's just stood there gawping at it like a mindless buffoon going, It's so difficult. But ultimately, you can get a vacuum cleaner pretty cheap. Assuming it's something you can't fix. Assuming it's not something like the fuse in the plug went or the filter just needs cleaning. Or the bag needs changing. I'm assuming, actually, no, he's probably not got a bagless one. He's probably just got one that you take the thing out and, dispose of rubbish that way. Put it into a black bin bag, chuck the bin bag into your garage and then wait. I can't let it... A month's worth of cat litter in his fucking garage. What the fuck is he doing? That poor cat. I need to save this for a different time.
And I say, Cat, what's wrong? Oh, the vacuum cleaner broke. What? Yeah, the motor must have gone because there was smoke and everything and it won't turn on now. And I'm like, seriously? Like,
oh no, we're going to have to get a new vacuum cleaner for 30 to 50 bucks. It's not an expense that's going to send you into your overdraft. Given how much you earn, that's not an expense that should cause you major concern. And again, look, somebody's just sent him 50 quid there. That is enough to buy a fucking vacuum cleaner. It's 50 quid. That should be more than enough, especially considering, you know, your conversion rate. So it's probably, what, 60 or 70 quid there? 60 or 70 dollars worth. So I need to get a new TV that's more stable.
you know? I'm like, wow, I just had a really long, fun, but very draining day entertaining my audience.
Sorry. Oh, wow. That was... Oh, he knew. He knew that he couldn't outright say, it's just been draining. I've just had a really long, draining day, and this has been a thing on top of it that I just didn't need. Because the thing that he does is play video games for the people that are currently watching him. And he asks them for money. And the people that are currently watching them, who give them their money, who give him their money, he's just about to go, oh, God, dealing with them for 2 or 3 hours. Fucking hell, it's so long and draining. Jesus Christ. And then I get downstairs and the fucking vacuum cleaner's broken. Fuck me. He can't do that. So he has to go, I've had a very fun day, but it's still exhausting and draining. And this is, you know, not like anybody else would go, I had a great day and this just brought me down. You would say, I was feeling great and then this is the thing that brought me down. I had a fucking amazing stream and then I came downstairs and the vacuum cleaner's broke. Great, wasn't it? You can't say that. Most of us would. Most of us would say that. But he has to be, this thing that's bad. This thing that happened to me, the vacuum cleaner break-in, is bad. And I want to emphasize how bad it was. I want to show you that it had a seriously bad impact on me. I want you to say, this is the thing, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. But all that requires presuppositional acceptance of everything that I'd been going through until then was also bad. It was also draining. It also had a toll on me. I was dealing with so much, and then I just didn't need this thing on top of it. But that thing, the things that you're dealing with, that were so draining and so difficult and so hard to endure that were made all the more worse because of your vacuum breaking. He's playing games for the people that are currently watching this who give him money. So he can't say, yeah, it was a pain in the ass and then I had this thing that sucked on top of it. He has to go, I had a really fun day, but I was also exhausted. Because he needs the extra oomph. He needs the extra victimization. He needs the extra impact of being exhausted. He can't just go, I had a great day, and then poof, I had this on top of me that brought it down. Because it's just like exaggerating the impact of everything. Because he needs to play up being the victim. He is eternally the victim. He is the victim of life. We are all the victim of his life. If it weren't for DSP, none of us would be unhappy. Sorry, that's just... I just remember making a comment a while ago in a stream somewhere and basically said, we're all here because 40 years ago, Linda didn't swallow. And it's just an extension of that. I'm sorry. The point I'm making here is he has to be the perpetual victim because he needs you to believe that and feel sorry for him, so you're more likely to give him money. And also because he's a narcissist with a persecution complex is all that as well. Come on, Steve, you need to get on with it. Been here for like an hour at least already, and we're only 8 minutes into the fucking video. Why am I doing this to myself?
And guess where the money is going from that stream? To buy a new vacuum cleaner, you know? But this is what I mean, like, This shit just never lets up. And it's coming to the point where it's becoming so frustrating for me now. You know, it's just like, it never ends, man. It never fucking ends. It never ends. It's just endless. One thing happens, another thing happens, another thing happens, and they just keep piling up. And I can't take care of them. I just don't have the flexibility financially like I used to.
I'm going to give him a little bit of... Should I do him the honour? Yeah. Of saying that these are really adult things, Phil. These are really grown-up adult things. A lot of adults have to deal with a lot of things that they don't have the financial flexibility to just take care of. A lot of people have to deal with a lot of things in the air that, you know, juggling all these balls, and every now and then something goes wrong, so another ball gets added, and you've got to try and juggle it all, and you can't just pay somebody to deal with it, and you can't just buy a new thing, and, you know, all your money that you earn just immediately goes somewhere because something has gone wrong. These are all really adult things. Most people don't earn the money you earn, and most people don't spend most of the money that you earn on fucking WWE champions. That's the fucking issue here, Phil. That's the fucking problem most of us have with you. Most of these things that you are complaining about, other people face. And you can't accept that. Because when you are confronted with the reality that other people face the same things that you are currently facing, you call them pieces of shit and tell them to go fuck themselves and their mothers. Do you remember when I used to talk about psychology?
There was a time when, oh, something like that happens, pull out your credit card. I don't have a credit card. Oh, something like that.
No, you don't have the credit card. You had 13 of them at one point. Fucking hell.
Go to your savings. I don't have savings.
Imagine earning what he's earned over the years. Right. Now, okay, fair enough. A big chunk of your earnings goes on things that you're paying for in the moment. You're paying for the month's rent. You're paying for your food. You're paying for your gas and electricity. So the majority of your funds does go on things that you need in that moment. So you can't put it aside to save. But imagine earning what he has earned over the years. And remember, he was a big earner on YouTube. And he's also, in the Twitch leaks, he's fairly high up there for somebody like Phil. He's not in the top earners, but he's higher up than you'd think. And over the years, he has to have earned close to 1 million, if not at least 1.5 million. You know, somewhere between 1 million and 1.5 million over the years. And he's not put any of that aside for savings. Even I've got a fucking pension. It's fucking astonishing. And I say that as somebody who easily half my wage would go on
the good shits
in the last few years of my career at Redacted. I spent a lot of my money on
Woo, mother.
and video games and transitional things. I paid bills as well, you know, paid for rent and things. But I also wasted a lot of money. I frittered a lot of money away. But I was also in a couple of bands. I also bought musical instruments. I paid touring costs, and I went and toured in another country. I went on tour with a band in Germany. We toured Germany for 2 weeks. And, you know, I put a lot of the travel, because I organised the travel between the various cities we were in, and so it was me that had to wake up everybody else and go, guys, we've got to be at the train station for like 12, so, you know, slap off the hangovers. And a lot more than once, to be fair to my bandmates, more than once I was the one that was being woke up and hungover, but I was still the one who was like, oh guys, we've got to get up at this point. And I put a lot of that on. I put all of that on the credit card. There were other expenses incurred along the way. That fucking €180 bar tab that I woke up to in the Hopper Garden. Fuck me. But that got put on a credit card, you know. So I've spent money along the way, and I've had things, and I've done things, and his equivalent would be paying money to go to tournaments, you know. Spent some money on living. But I've also got a pension. I've also had money put aside for later on in life. Even though a big chunk of my 20s was spent thinking, I don't want to live that long. I'm dealing with a lot and I don't really foresee my life lasting like that. Only in recent years where I've started to be okay. But not the video for that. The point is, I can understand frittering away money on, let's say, not transitional, what's the word I'm after here? Transient, that's the word I'm after. On transient things that are there and then gone. You know, I can understand that. But I'm still shocked that with the amount he earned, he didn't put any aside as a pension or in a savings account. It's just... That's on you, Phil. That's on you. That's an active choice you've made every time you've gotten a payment from YouTube to not put that away. That's your fault. Not having a credit card is also your fault. You had 13 of them at one point, and instead of paying them back along the way, which you had the means to do, you didn't. And you got that debt wiped. So you have had the privilege of having that wiped as well. But you know, part of the cost of having that wiped was that you can not apply for a period of time. Is it a year or 10 years? Either way, at this moment, you can't go and get a credit card. That's on you. Nobody watching this video. Why do I point to myself? Nobody here watching my video is responsible for that. No detractor made you do that. That's on you. This is a consequence of your action. It's an adult consequence, so I'm going to grant you that, because it's one of the things that you're juggling. It's a cost. But it's not our fault. Nobody is to blame than you. Nobody else is responsible for this. You are. You are the one who didn't keep up repayments on your credit cards, had to declare bankruptcy, had them wiped, didn't put any of your money aside for savings. Therefore, this is not anything that we are responsible for, and you shouldn't be using to fish for sympathy from your audience because it's not their responsibility either. You can argue that your account being hacked is the responsibility of you being online so much and being a noted person and attracting some weirdos like, you know, some you made mods. But this is the sort of thing where that's your fault. Oh no, you don't have any savings. Well, that's your fault. You were paid more than enough to be able to put some aside for something like this. Oh, you can't get a credit card. That's your fault. You were the one who had 13 of them and didn't think to pay any of them back. Even though, again, you had the money. You had the resources to do both of those things. You could have put some aside and paid off your credit cards, and you didn't. So this whining now is self-indulgent, and it's trite because it's all your fault. These are the consequences of your actions. And reality is hitting you now. Reality is hitting you there because you cannot deny that. You could try. You probably would try, actually. But you can't deny it. You can't deny that it's his responsibility. He'll probably try to, but ultimately, the reality is that he can't. These are things that are the consequences of his inaction. They are his fault.
You know, I don't have anything. You know, this sucks. This really seriously sucks.
At this moment, I think we should hear a solo from the world's saddest song being played on the world's smallest violin, just for Phil. Oh, actually, I might do that. I could edit that really sad violin song over that bit, can't I?
You know, I don't have anything. You know, it sucks. This really seriously sucks. And I'm now in a situation because, and by the way, that's not everything. That's the main stuff that happened. That I wasn't expecting to get a $1,500 fucking legal bill at the end of October. I was expecting to get maybe a few $100s. And I was like, oh, that'll be no problem.
Then you should have asked in advance how much it would cost, rather than expecting or assuming, because it's a legal process. You know, I keep seeing myself twitching because I'm getting really frustrated. It's a legal process and it's costly. And if you know it's an expense that's going to be incurred because, you know, you've gone to a lawyer and said, do this thing for me, and they've gone, all right, you can't have just gone, that'll only be a couple hundred, I'll be able to afford that. It's on you as an adult to go and say, by the way, how much is this going to cost? So that you can then put aside the money. And if you can't pay it all at once, to work out a payment process with them where they might charge you for 2 or 3 months. All these things that he's complaining about that suck, even the situation that he thinks he shouldn't be in, that he's having to pay for, are his fault because he didn't check in advance how much things would cost or put aside money for a fucking rainy day. And that's a phrase that I picked deliberately.
Then in addition to that, in October, there's other stuff that happens every quarter. Like I had to pay my quarterly state business and occupation tax. And that's a giant chunk of money that has to go. And basically by the end of October, I'm broke. I have no money, okay? So here I am. I'm in a situation, all right? And I'm in a situation where we're heading into November. People want to see new games. I don't have money. Every dollar I'm making from the streams is going towards bills. In fact, this is actually what I wanted to show you this morning, okay?
Okay, here we go.
This is what I really want to show you. All right? Because there's idiots out there who they say, Phil gets a giant payment from YouTube every month, man. He's just lying constantly and making shit up about money and everything. Here's my list of financial responsibilities every month. I write it out by hand. I probably should type it out, but I write it out by hand every month. And
why would you? You don't, right? Okay, I mean, you should know. Yeah, I mean, these things aren't that variable, right? They happen regularly. So he knows every month these bills, every 3 months these bills, every year this bill. You know, he knows all these things. I can see that some of the values might vary per month, though. I can see like maybe one month you use more electricity than normal, so your electricity bill is a bit higher. So I can understand that, right? Yeah, you won't, so you don't need to pay attention to this bit. I can get all that, and I can get needing to keep track of it per month. But at this age, given that he's been doing this for at least 10 years, you would think he would have a better way of doing it than writing it out by hand per month. Doing him the massive privilege of taking at face value and accepting as given the idea that, thank you for joining us, the idea that, he does. The idea that he does do this every month, as opposed to this being a prop to make this point for this stream. And only for this stream. So I'm assuming that he keeps track of it every month. And by this point, he really should have a spreadsheet for it. He should, or at least have hired an accountant. This is laziness. This is laziness. If you're doing this per month, it's a very lazy thing. I can get having the basics down and remembering the basics. Remembering, this is how much the rent costs. This is how much I have to pay for the electricity and the water and the gas. And this is how much I have to pay for my phone bill and all this stuff. So I can get that. And I can get occasionally 1 or 2 might come up and change. You might, or it's like every 3 or 6 months you have to pay something. So you write it down somewhere. You write it down and, by the way, don't forget this bill this month as well. This one goes on top of everything else. But typically you would have a way to sort of track, if not cognitively, you would have a way to track this. And it would normally be in a spreadsheet. You wouldn't normally do it in a Word document. You'd normally have either a spreadsheet or you would have like a template. You might have a template in Microsoft Word, so you would have almost like an invoice, like a timesheet or something like that. You might have a way to track things that way. But this is laziness, right? This is not even bothering to save a template in Microsoft Word. So if this is true, and if he does do this every month, it's the laziest way to do it. It is the most easy. It is the least effort, path of least resistance, this. I can't be asked entering it into a template in Word or in Excel. I can't be asked downloading LibreOffice and doing it in their equivalent. This is literally the laziest way. And you would think someone like that would pay somebody else to do it as well. It's an additional cost that he might not want to pay, but the other side of that is having to do it yourself and having to keep track of everything yourself. So it might be, it might make the cost value judgment and say, yeah, it's easier and better for me to pay somebody else to do it than it is to have to keep track of it all myself, and all the associated cognitive and worry, all the tracking of all these bills and the sort of mental arithmetic and all those resources that go into keeping track of everything. It saves on that. So saving on that is worth the cost of somebody else doing it. Either way, keeping track of it like this, I would mash X furiously. I doubt he does it. I can't even, I can't continue to do him the privilege of assuming that he's not lying here. I am just assuming that this is a prop, because assuming that he's telling the truth is just taking too much of me in terms of cognitive dissonance, because it's clashing against even holding the belief hypothetically, even just assuming, hypothetically that he does this is taking too much out of me mentally. There's too many things in my head that are bashing against this idea and going, no, we know this to not be true. We know that in similar circumstances he behaves differently. So I can't even keep up the sort of assumption that he does this regularly. This is definitely just a prop that he has written down. He won't write this per month. At least not on a piece of paper. He might have it on the calendar. He had like the calendar of his schedule, the one that was broken down into months, and he would wipe clean, and then like every time there were new games coming out, he'd plan his schedule on that. But you wouldn't do it on the piece of paper. You'd have that on the calendar then. So this is a prop. This is something he's made up. If he keeps track of this mentally because he's lazy, and he just sort of remembers, oh yeah, the basics. This is what he'll have done as well. He'll have sketched out the basics. He'll have written down the basics. So the big ones like, rent and back taxes, and then your phone bill and pet cost. They'll all be there. And then he'll have sat and he'll have thought for a bit, and he'll have thought, what else can I add to this list just to make it seem even longer? So he'll throw on other things as well. He'll try to come up with other costs somewhere. He might go, oh yeah, and also I have to pay for the car. So yeah, can add that on as well. There's also like a homeowner's fee that's also added in because for the rubbish collection, let's say. He'll have gotten the big ones out of the way first, and then he'll have added a few extra as he's sketching this out, because he means to tell his audience about this later. He's there pre-stream writing this out and thinking, he scribbled one out. What's he scribbled one out?
It's a giant checklist of every bill that I owe.
He doesn't really focus for that long.
And it's a giant checklist of every bill.
You can't really read that, at least not to like shit on Hate Army Watch's quality, because obviously this is DSP's camera, so you can't really focus on that. Mind you, he's going to read off it in a minute, isn't he? So
it's commonplace stuff. It's my internet. Here, I'll read it to you. Here's my internet, my condo dues, the electric bill, the garbage bill for the garbage guys that take the garbage away, other utilities like gas and water and stuff, my cell phone bill, my car insurance payment.
Why are you having to think there? Why are you having to pause and think there if you're reading off a list that you wrote? I need something that's... I don't have any notebooks about, do I? I don't have anything that I've written anything in. I can't be... Does it matter? Right. When you're reading off a list of things, you typically don't pause because you're reading. The list of information is there in front of you, and if you've not read it before, then you might pause because you're sort of like processing the sentence structure and the sentence and what words are coming next, and that takes a little bit of effort. So cognitively, you can't just read and speak. You can't read out loud because you're catching up, and if it's something you've not read before. So it's in those circumstances, yeah, when you're reading something, you might pause to sort of like go, and then keep track and sort of like find your place again so you can resume. But when you've written it, it's fresh in the memory because you've written it. You've sat there and you thought about the things that are going on this list, and you've put them in, as you've thought about them. So at the top are the ones that you knew straight away that you can recall, and then as you get further down the list, you've had to think a bit. So they're going to be on there as well, though, because you've still been like, oh yeah, shit, they're also on this list. So that he paused there makes me think he's trying to read it. He can't read his own handwriting. He's not wearing glasses. And we know that his eyesight's bad. So, I think does he squint when he pauses? Let me check.
My cell phone bill, my car insurance.
No, he doesn't. He looks up. He's thinking. He reads, and he goes, "There's my cell phone bill." That's thinking. That's trying to recall something. That's not reading off the list that you've got in front of you. Why would you do that? Why would you need to recall something when you're reading a list of things that you wrote? When you're reading a list that you wrote, why would you need to stop to recall something? If you're struggling to read it, if you can't quite read your handwriting, you would squint and you would look closer, but he doesn't. He looks away and he looks up. He's thinking. He's trying to recall something. What is on that list? What is that a list of? I assume that he has put in, because he wants to show people, this is a list of my bills. So, just on the off chance that his camera would actually focus and what he wrote would be legible, he probably wrote a couple of his bills. You know, stuff like his condo dues and his back taxes. Fine, you expect that. But when you're reading off that list, why would you need to... Why would you need to make it up? It's basically what I'm trying to get. Why would you need to think, oh shit, what comes next? When it's fucking right in front of you and you're looking down. Unless what you wrote isn't appropriate. Unless what you wrote isn't sort of like suitable for it. And as you're reading down this list of things that you have to pay, you then think, oh, actually, no, I better not mention that one. What else do I have to pay though? Fuck, I need to think quickly. Why would you... I'm thrown by that. Why would you need to take the moment to recall information if it's in front of you? Because you wrote it earlier.
Payment, my car payment, the mortgage on this house, the back tax payment that I owe to the feds every year because I didn't pay my taxes properly for several years because I couldn't afford it.
Again, that's on you. You could afford it. You just didn't pay your back taxes properly because you didn't think to check that when you moved to another state, the tax laws might be different. So you blamed somebody else. That's still on you, though. Just when he complains about things that are his fault, which is a significant amount of the things that he complains about. God, it fucks me up so much. Fucks me off. Sorry, not fucks me up. I have other things to fuck me up.
The regular tax payment that I owe the government every single month because I own my own business and I have to pay them monthly for what I estimate I owe them in federal income tax. My health insurance payment. Now I have to pay these legal fees every month that I'm breaking up. In addition to other stuff.
He has to pay the legal fees every month. Sorry, I'm trying to get my legs into an appropriately comfortable position. The legal fees he pays every month. You pay fees every month when you have ongoing situations. When you need to retain the services of somebody. Or when you have somebody doing something for you that takes a while. You know, when you are, say, about to serve some legal papers because you're intending to take a case to court. That's a thing that takes a while. So, you know, you would have to pay those. But you typically, maybe it is though. Maybe it is a case of he went to the lawyer and they said, actually, it's going to cost this much. Or because he said before he had to pay for the bills and it was more than he was expecting. So maybe it was a case of, here's how much it is. And he's called them and said, I can't afford that. So they've gone, right, we'll break it down and you can pay us every other month then. So, or you can pay us over a period of months then. Because he says he doesn't take legal action. He says he can't. He says in America it's fucked up because he can't afford to take legal action. But if he's paying legal fees every month, it implies that action is being taken because it's an ongoing process. Otherwise, it would be a one-off payment. See, this is why he's fascinating. The more he talks, the more he lies. The more he contradicts. He can't ever keep the story straight. And that's why you doubt people. When people can't keep their story straight, you start to doubt what they're saying. really, like, it's not even like give him enough rope and he'll hang himself. He's getting his own rope, you know. Nobody's giving it him. I'm confused. I'm just genuinely questioning how much he's paid for legal services, let's say. I don't know that. I could be wrong. And it could be an entirely normal thing to have to pay over a period of months. I think it might be that. I think it might be it costs too much and he couldn't afford it, so he said, "Can I pay you over a period of months?" And they went, "Yeah, sure." They worked out a payment plan, which means that he was lying earlier when he said it was a huge one-off payment. Because if it's going on for months, then it's going on for months, and he's having to pay less than the huge one-off payment. Or it's the huge one-off payment and he's lying about it going on for months. So he's not going to be paying off this thing for months. It's not going to be a regular bill. It's going to be a one-off thing that, you know, you would normally have savings to account for. We're going back into that. Come on. We can do this, Steve. We can get to 20 minutes in less than... No, not in less than 2 hours. We can get to 20 minutes in less than 3 hours. We can do it.
So, for example, there's other things, for example, that I have to, like, kind of spread out payment on. But this is my life. Every month.
It feels like, it feels like that. It feels like he said, "I can't afford it. It's too much." So they went, "Right, okay, pay us over a period of months." Which means he's lying about the impact it had on him, because he said specifically that, you know, it had an impact on him because it's huge. He has to pay it. But he has to pay it per month, so it's not going to be as much. It's still going to be a fair chunk, you know. It's going to be, say it was like $1,000 and they went, "Right, we'll pay us $200 a month," you know. You can't say, like, you can't claim the impact of the 1,000 when you're paying it off at 200. That's the issue I have here. That's why it's so difficult to work with Phil, though, because everything he says is questionable, because he spent so many years contradicting himself and lying about stuff that you don't really need to lie about most of the time. So, yeah, I don't know where to fall on that one. But he's so shady when he talks about stuff like this.
This giant checklist of stuff. And whenever money comes in, like the YouTube payment comes in roughly around the 21st. Usually it's like between the 21st and 23rd of every month. The moment that money comes in, okay? The moment that money comes in, pay the mortgage, pay the taxes, pay the back taxes, pay the state taxes, pay the health insurance, it's gone.
That's what everyone does. That's how everyone's bills work. That's how everyone pays for stuff. He's not the only one in this. This is the thing. He's not the only one in this situation where he has a lot of expenses, and when he gets his wage, a big chunk of his money goes on paying those things. That's literally being an adult. That's literally how that works. But most of us do it on less. Most of us do it on far less, and can find ways of reducing our outgoings when our expenses exceed our available funds. Everyone's had to cut back on something. I don't spend as much as I did on drugs when I was in now as I did when I was in back in employment at Redacted. So, you know, everybody cuts back on stuff. You know, sometimes I forget that my parents watch these. Well, at least I hope they don't. I don't know if they do. I've told them not to. But then again, everybody watched the one I did about death, so I had a bunch of conversations with lots of family members about it. So... Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Because one of my cousin's partners fell down the DSP rabbit hole because of my channel. So, Amy, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry you're in this as well. You know, you try to keep your family away from stuff like this. You try to protect your loved ones.
My October payment came in from YouTube and was immediately gone within like 4 days.
Right. Then reduce your outgoings. Reduce your expenditure in places where you can reduce it. I understand that you can't reduce, say, your back taxes bill. That's fine. You can reduce stuff like your food and pet bills. You can not go out on your day off to go and eat. You can stop ordering food in. You can actually make food, not fuck it up by following the recipe, and thus reduce the amount that you spend because you've had to throw away that food and order in pizza. I know he's not going to listen, and he's not going to, because it involves effort and it involves change, and Phil is resistant to those things. He's resistant to putting in effort to make changes. But most of us would. He could easily move into a place that's smaller. All he needs, right? I'm going to do him the massive privilege of assuming that him and his wife could still share a bedroom. They might sleep in separate beds, but you could put 2 single beds in a room, you know. So he needs a 2-bedroomed house. He needs a room to sleep in, and he needs a room for his office. And he could properly soundproof that, which might be an expenditure, but you are like covering that with the money that you're now not spending on your fucking mortgage. You could have a smaller house somewhere else where it's cheaper to live and do up a room so that it's properly soundproofed and you can properly film in there and do streaming that way. And you've immediately cut down on a massive, massive outgoing every month. He has the resources to do that. I understand not everybody can just up and move straight away. I'm not suggesting that in the slightest, but I am saying that there are ways for Phil to cut down his income, his outgoing, and he will not take them because he's stubborn and he's lazy and he doesn't want to do the work. And we all know this. Just that this is, you know, again, the consequences of his actions. He chose to live where he lives. He deliberately made that choice. He knew how much it would cost. He thought it would be cheaper because, you know, Washington state taxes might be cheaper than... I don't fucking know. I'm not an American tax lawyer or anything like that. But I'm assuming he moved there because it was cheaper. At least at that point it was. You know, he did move there shortly after a fucking financial crash. So, yeah. But, again, all of these things... most of us would reduce our outgoings. Most of us would find ways to reduce our outgoings to cover things like this new unexpected bill. And the fact that his YouTube payment goes on so much, it goes on everything, it goes and pays for everything, is not a thing that he should be whining about, because that's literally how everybody with a job works. That's literally how everybody who has a mortgage to pay, bills to pay, food to put on the tables, everybody has to deal with that. This is not something that victimizes him and him alone, but he has to be a martyr to his own consequences here. He has to say all these things, pity me, because, you know, the moment I get the at least 10,000 a month, how much? Let's say between 5 and 10,000 a month. Because if you're going to get over 110,000 at the end of it, $9,000 a month, fuck it. Between 8 or 9 grand a month, there, we'll settle. Between 8 and 9 grand a month comes in, and I cannot live on that. My outgoings consume the vast majority of that. The bills that I pay consume the vast majority of that. It's fucking astonishing to me that, now that I've said it out loud. And again, it's one of those things that you just know, but you don't really consider. You don't really sort of like stop and think about it until you say it or you read it, and suddenly seeing it framed that way makes you really dwell on like the actual impact and the cost of it. Because it's fucking astonishing that he can't find a way to cut down his bills. Again, giving him the massive privilege of assuming that all these bills are just it, and his YouTube income is not enough. It's barely enough to cover it, you know? When he whinges about money, you just can't trust him. You just can't. His bank statement's been leaked. His transaction history was leaked. We all know. I feel like every time I talk in like the hypothetical of assuming like this, I'm like sort of like implying that we don't know that. And I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to imply that. I just mean to say, like, to consider it from this perspective of the image that he wants to present to people. You have to sort of put it to one side. We all know that the counter for everything of this is WWE champions. We all know that the way to deal with the poverty that he is pleading here is stopping playing WWE champions. But that requires like a massive acknowledgement from him. So that's never going to happen. So we have to operate under the sort of assumptions that this is all we have to deal with. Because otherwise, you'd easily free up 40 grand a year. Which is fucking phenomenal. How much? Piece of peace, please let me know in the comments how much it's currently estimated to be. Because I feel like it's around 40 grand a year on champions. So, fuck. Right, just I need to endure. I need to get through this. I need to get through the financial bit. Come on.
It was gone. It went to every bill that I owed. Gone. And then on top of that, all the tips that I had made went and paid the legal fee, went and paid the health insurance, had to pay for a new vacuum. You know what I mean? So, gone. And this is my life. And this is what frustrates me, is we have a literal group of fucking scumbags out there who sit here and defame me every day and make shit up. Phil's blowing his money on DoorDash. Phil's blowing his money on mobile games. Phil's blowing his money on this and that. No, this is where my fucking money goes to every month.
I have to say, from a forensic standpoint, a handwritten list that you wave about, it's not the most compelling evidence. It's really not. The problem is, that list consists of things that everybody else has to deal with as well. Everybody else has to deal with a mortgage or whatever associated costs there are to where they live. Everybody else has to deal with food and car and gas and electric and a phone bill and an internet line. Everybody else has to deal with that. Everybody else has to deal with it on much less than what you get per month. And it's not going into like insane detractor conspiracy shit to sort of like say this is how much you earn. You can simply add up the amount that appears on your screen every time somebody tips or super chats and get a figure. And that figure doesn't even consider stuff like going on backstage. But we know, backstage, behind the scenes, you know. But if you, the fact that if you dare suggest this, and sort of like say, this isn't coming from detractor stuff. This is just because I've added up what you've earned over the month. Because it appears on screen every time somebody gives it you. That's, again, marks you out to him. That, you know, fuck off with that. Fuck you and your mother for bringing that up. Not even associated with detractors. You could be a fan who's watching it and is just like, hang on a minute. I'm sure he got like 200 yesterday, or I'm sure he got, I can't remember, but I feel like this is around the time he gets $1,000 from, is it Jax? He gets $1,000. I think, no, this is after. I think the champions legal bill thing, not the champions, the bank legal bills thing, that might have been what gave him the $1,000. Either way, if you were to sit there and think, hang on a minute, I'm sure he got $1,000 the other day. I need to go back and look. And then you start looking. And he got it there. But he also got like a $50 super chat here. And somebody tipped him $20 here. And if you start to put that together yourself and then, you know, you go and say, no, actually, Phil, you earned this much last month. You know, and you got this much in tips, so you got this much immediately. But you're also going to get this much because the super chats and that are paid monthly. So you're about to get this much. So that should be enough to cover most things because you're in a position where you are living on much less and you are dealing with the same bills that he's dealing with on much less. But if you bring that to him, you are immediately Davoed the fuck out of his community. You are publicly excoriated and then banned. And yet he wants you to believe that this handwritten scribbled note is more than he can live on. And that's why he can't play Metroid Dread. It's not the most compelling evidence. It's not the most believable thing. And that's the crux of the issue every fucking time he makes a claim. the evidence for it is not compelling enough to, disconfirm the opposite argument. It's the other side's claims. You can't discount that because what you're saying and the evidence you're providing is inadequate. It's not enough. I can't believe that the $9,000 he gets a month isn't enough for him to pay all these things. Legal fees. I mean, how high is your mortgage? It's stuff like that. It's stuff where other people would cut things down by going to, like, say, the mortgage company or the bank or your phone provider or your internet service provider and saying, I need a different plan. Or I'd like to change my account type. I'd like to, cut down my expenditure per month. How do I reduce this bill? Other people would go and deal with this sort of stuff by trying to reduce their costs and cut down on their outgoings until such time as they've got enough in the bank to be okay again. We would take a different phone bill, we'd take a different plan. We'd cut out stuff like Netflix and Amazon Prime. We'd cut down costs that are going out that way. When I left work, I cancelled a bunch of stuff. I've only got Spotify now, and I think that's pushing it. But, I still listen to music and podcasts on it every now and then. But I don't have, like, Netflix anymore. I'm using somebody else's account, like most people who have Netflix, I assume. Got like my dad's Sky login account and my brother's Prime account, things like that. Well, my niece needed Disney Plus. I don't pay for that. I've got their account for that as well. So. But stuff like that, it's like you would cut things that aren't necessary, but the things that are necessary, you would try to rework them in some way. You would try to get, you'd try to say, pay off your overdraft so you didn't go into it and didn't incur charges anymore. You'd go to other places. Why am I even trying to sort of like hypothetically do this again? He's not fucking gonna listen. He's not gonna take actual effort. He's not gonna expunge that effort. Not gonna expunge. Expunge is the wrong word. He's not gonna actually invest that effort in improving his lot because he's lazy and he's a narcissist and he's fucking entitled and everything just sort of coalesces into one big ball of fuck you, Phil. Oh, God. Oh man, I am not high enough for this.
All of these pre-established things that I owe, that's where my money goes every fucking month. Every single time a dollar comes in, it goes right back out the door.
Oh, you poor thing. No other adult on the world has ever experienced that sort of thing. I just can't. He's complaining about having to pay bills. He's complaining about having to pay things. Of course he is. He doesn't like having to do anything. That's what this is. He doesn't like having to do anything. He likes doing things when he chooses to do them. He chooses to play champions. So he doesn't mind spending that money because he's choosing to do it and he's getting pleasure out of doing it. But having to pay bills is the same as having to do the washing up or having to make something to eat or having to fix something yourself. He doesn't like doing it. That's why the polls are rigged. That's why the polls are rigged every time a game that he doesn't want to play wins. When it's a game that he likes, he's fine with it. The poll was correct because he wants to play that thing. But if it's a game that he wasn't keen on and he didn't want to play and it came top, the polls are rigged. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually. I'll let him know. Yeah, hi everybody. It's Future Steve editing here, and between the recording of this video and the editing of it, the following thing happened, and it's a really good example of this, so I feel like it would be remiss of me to not bring it up here. So, yeah, check this shit out.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here's the funny thing. The poll has 368 votes, but we only have 250 people on the stream. Now, the voting is 48% Pilot, 38% Pikachu. If you do the math, and you subtract the extra 100 votes, you realize they all went to Pilot. Therefore, the actual winner of the hat poll today is Pikachu.
How nice.
So all the assholes who came in from restreams who are illegally stealing my content can go fuck themselves. and we can enjoy a nice, silly Pikachu hat for the Pokemon stream. Thank you to everyone on the stream who legitimately voted, and I appreciate that participation. I guess people thought I was stupid and I was just going to wear the hat because idiots came in to troll, but I'm not that stupid, so you can go fuck yourselves. Okay. Boy, people are stupid. What if the 100 votes were for Pikachu? The thing is, they weren't. It was even. It was basically kind of neck and neck, and then all of a sudden 100 extra votes showed up out of nowhere for Pilot Hat. So, I mean, you use your logical thinking to figure out what happened. If you can't figure it out, you must be dumb. I don't know what else to say. There's no defending what happened. We all saw it happen. We observed it happening. We knew that was going on, and we said, okay, fuck them. Fuck those idiots. Okay. You know, perhaps if the idiots didn't cheat, I would have actually worn the pilot hat if it legitimately won the poll, but they fucked themselves. I mean, that's what happens in life when you cheat. All you're doing is screwing yourself. Because people who are smarter than you will realize that you're an asshole and not actually pay any heed to what you're doing. And that's the truth. Alright. What's hilarious about this is we have all completely moved on from the hat poll, and there's still like 5 or 10 people bitching in the chat about it incessantly because they're revealing themselves as trollish idiots who are only here to fucking troll the stream rather than enjoy Pokemon. So it's hilarious how dumb they are that they just reveal themselves, and they're very lucky that I'm not in a banning mood that I just swiped them right from the chat right now. They're just so stupid. You can't help being that stupid, I guess. Okay.
He likes playing old games that he's already played because they're safe and he knows what to do. He doesn't like playing new games, but he has to. That's why he doesn't like gaming anymore. But Champions is his own little thing, so he likes doing that. But every time something popular comes along that people want him to do, but he doesn't want to do it. Like, is it Code Vein? Think about how much he's resisted that. Because he doesn't like doing things that he doesn't want to do. But think about how eagerly he's embraced something like, say, Skyrim or GTA. Because he likes them. He's done them before. Well, he doesn't necessarily like them. But, you know, they're safe and he's fine with doing them. He wants to play Skyrim because... But he doesn't mind it. He doesn't feel like he has to do it. He's chosen to do it. So, fine. He wanted to play... Is it Forbidden City or something like that? He wanted to play that. And when his chat agreed with him, then great. But if it was something that he didn't want to do necessarily, he would find a reason to not do it. So that's why he's complaining about having to pay for stuff like a mortgage, condo dues, and having to pay bills that he's incurred, like his back taxes. Because he has to do that, and he doesn't want to. But just the idea that you'd moan about this in a time when most people are living on less. Most people have to do this, but with less. Especially because we're coming out of a fucking global pandemic that's had a massive economic impact on most people. And during that time, he made more. During that time was the vest streak. He made more during the pandemic. So not only is there like the baseline expectation that he has of what he should get from YouTube, which is already in the 5,000 to 6,000 region, but he also got all that fucking sweet vest streak money at a time when everybody else was indoors, unable to go to work because you weren't allowed, and were struggling financially to the point where they needed assistance from the government that he also got. And he's complaining about having to pay it. He's complaining about having to pay bills.
All right? I'm not sitting here on a pile of money. Oh, what can I blow it on today? No, I'm nickel and diming my way through life right now. I really am. Now, as I've told you guys...
He did that ratio. I really am. No, I really am. That's the thing that you say when you're desperate to make somebody believe what you're saying. Not only did he preload it with, I'm going to tell you the truth, which most people telling the truth don't, but he also has to reassure you at the end of it that, no, really, this is really true. This has really happened. And people don't typically do that if they're telling the truth. I mean, at least in forensic settings, casually conversating. Fuck! That Wings meme has crept in. When you're casually conversing with friends, you're trying to exaggerate things and big yourself up. You do stuff like this. You know? You seek reassurance from people in certain ways, like I just said, you know, then. Don't seek reassurance by telling people, no, really, this is true, this is what happened. You do that when you're trying to convince somebody that what you're saying is true. Just don't believe that this is true. Because he's doing things that liars do when they want to convince you that it's true. When you are actually telling the truth, you're more emphatic about it. You do it differently. You don't pre-front it with a statement that you are intending to tell the truth. Which is really weird because it also implies that at points you don't tell the truth. You know, if you have to say, no, this time I'm telling the truth, then other times you've lied. Like by default, basically. It's implicit in the use of the terms. It's implicit in the use of the conversational mechanic. It's implicit in that intention, that statement of intent, that at other times you've not told the truth, but this time you are trustworthy. And then at the end of it, the reassurance. You're not waiting for the response. Because if you told the truth, you would have the response first. If you said, oh yeah, I went through this thing happened to me today. You wouldn't say, I'm going to tell you the truth, this thing happened to me. No, really, it happened. You would say, this thing happened. You wouldn't believe what happened to me today. This thing happened. And then you'd wait for the response from the person you're talking with. You'd wait for the, wow, really? Fucking hell, that sounds mental. Or, bullshit, mate. And then in that situation, when you've had the statement of disbelief back, when you've had the, no, I don't believe you, that's when you reassure them. That's when you say, no, really. That's when you restate your position. You don't do it to cap something off. You don't do it to cap off a statement. You do it in response to a response, you know? You seek reassurance in certain ways, but you state things differently when you're telling the truth. Because you don't need to tell people that you're telling the truth. You just tell the truth. And he's not.
Earlier this year, it wasn't like this. Earlier this year, I was in a better situation because I was making a good amount of money on Twitch. I was making a good amount of money with tips. Things were looking up. I told you, oh man, if things had kept going that way for the whole year, I would actually be able to start saving money again.
Fucking bullshit. I know I did this earlier in the video, so I don't need to do it now, but yeah, we had a look back on what it was like around that time when he needed tips. I wanted to do just like one or two pre-streams, but when I was searching through Pig Go for the video for that bit, I started noticing how amazingly frequent it was. It was literally every week in a Call of Duty stream he would do the begging bit. So that's why I ended up doing all the Call of Duty stuff earlier, because it was just so constant through that one specifically. It was in all of them, but the Call of Duty one really stuck out for just how much it happened. And that's why I thought, just do the Call of Duty ones. I know that I only had like the one statement from the further back, like the year ago, or the year and a half ago. And then, it was the year ago, and then the final month leading up to him being kicked off. So he was complaining back then. This is lying and gaslighting again. Every time he says something like this, if he needs to paint it as, I was doing well and then I got fucked over, the past gets rewritten. Even if at the past he was saying, I need to do really well, otherwise I'll get fucked over. If he was begging hardcore in the past, and then 6 months later it serves his purposes to go, actually I was doing really well back then, but since then I've been screwed over, he will say that. Because he's a fucking liar. I'm fed with this shit. Can you tell it's late into this video now, and I just want to get it done and out the door. That's the wrong attitude to have towards your work, Steve. That is, the DSP way. That's not your way. You can do better. Come on.
I would have a savings account, put money into it every month, have something. So, for example, if my shower breaks, if I get hit with legal fees, if the fucking vacuum breaks, I would have a savings to draw upon.
Oh, that's actually a good idea, future Steve. when you're editing this, have a quick look at Big Goat and see if you can find what he was doing around that time to say, hey guys, I think I might be able to start saving stuff soon. See if he was. I doubt that he was. But see if you can find anything. Just have a quick edit in here if you can. Don't worry about it if you can't.
To pay for that stuff, so that I'm not now drawing upon my daily income to pay for it. I would have had that if Twitch didn't fucking screw me.
If ever there was a bigger display of DSP's narcissism. Because, I mean, this is it. This is the ultimate, you fucked up. No, I didn't. Somebody else did. Every time he mentions Twitch, every fucking time he mentions being kicked off of Twitch, Twitch screwed him. It's Twitch's fault. Twitch fucked him over. He just can't accept responsibility. He just can't. It is like mentally, cognitively, emotionally impossible for him to say, I fucked up here. Which he did, and we all know he did. But he needs to cling to that delusion of somebody at Twitch fucked him up. Fucked him over, sorry. It's fucking great. I love it every time. Every fucking time without fail. I would be doing well if Twitch didn't screw me. Never mind the content that I put onto their platform, including that moment where that time when I made a homophobic list and used a homophobic slur to indicate that anybody who watched stuff on YouTube, you know, it's just fucking great. Every time he can't accept it, he just can't, and you will never. He will go to his grave denying any responsibility for that. If he ever comes out and says, yeah, I fucked up there, then I'll delete my channel. Fuck it. If he ever accepted responsibility for Twitch, for the Twitch issue, I'd delete my channel. Am I doubting myself for that, or am I actually secure enough in my convictions? Because, I mean, I never want to say anything's impossible. And if nothing else, DSP has shown me that his capacity to surprise me far exceeds my capacity to prepare myself by considering any situation or scenario that he might be involved in. So, you should always expect the unexpected with Phil. But at the same time, he's a creature of routine. He's a creature of necessity, and he's a creature who is like unbelievably resistant to change. He will expend far more effort resisting change than it would cost him to change. So I do not believe he will ever say, I was at fault for what happened that got me kicked off Twitch. I used hateful slurs on several occasions, and I am responsible for that. I suppose like the one circumstance where he might is if he does go back to Twitch and has to, you know, public show of contrition. I sort of like to say water under the bridge, you know. And even then, in that situation, he would downplay it. He would say it was one incident rather than repeated incidents. He would minimise the impact of it. But I feel like that is so ridiculously unlikely. He's going to go back to Twitch at some point anyway because they've got gifted subs. Unless YouTube don't give him gifted subs. If he reaches a point where he just can't wait anymore for gifted subs, and it's gone past the year that he has to wait to be able to reapply for the partner program, he will go back to Twitch. If YouTube take their time implementing gifting subs, he will, you know, the longer that goes on, the longer it takes YouTube to implement gifted subs, the more psychological strain he'll be under dealing with, you know, just over 300 subs. So the more likely he will be to go back to Twitch. But I feel like YouTube will probably implement gifted subs before he ends up going back to Twitch. Either way, he's going to go back to Twitch at some point. I feel that. I don't quite necessarily know when. But I feel like at some point he's going to apply to be in the partner program again. He's going to move back to Twitch just for the gifted subs. So, in that circumstance, there's the remotest possibility that as a show of contrition, he might accept responsibility for this thing. But I doubt it.
And kick me out of their partner program with no legal justification for it.
All right, that's an interesting choice of words. Because Twitch don't have a legal obligation to tell you why they're kicking you out. They did. They told you. We heard the words. You read them out of the email. But they don't have a legal responsibility to tell you. You know. It's not like they're your employer. You make money through their platform. They are not your employer. You can argue being in the partner program makes you in some respects an employee. But you're not an employee. You're a partner. You're an affiliate. You're an associate. You're not an employee. You don't work directly for Twitch. You are not employed by them. You are just a partner of them. And they have the right to rescind that partnership status and all the benefits and privileges that come with it. At any point, for any reason. And they don't have to tell you. And you accept those terms and services when you sign up to be in the partnership program. And when you're kicked out of the partnership program, they don't have to tell you why. But it just so happens that they did this time. They told you. They didn't give you specific instances, which is what he's really fucked off about. That's what he's really wound up about. They didn't say, on this day, you said this. Here's the stream in question, time-stamped to the moment where you said it. That's what he wants. He wants examples. He wants evidence in that way. He wants somebody to present him with a clip or a stream or a couple of instances that say, here is you using the language that got you kicked off Twitch. But he didn't get that. But Twitch aren't obligated to give him that either. They weren't obligated to tell him you were kicked off for hateful slurs. They did. I'm assuming in some cases they don't, and in some cases they do, and there's probably some metric that judges whether they should or shouldn't. Or it's someone at Twitch just can't be asked with this person, so don't bother telling them, but tell them because they really fucked up. Either way, regardless, he got told why he was being removed from the partner program. He just wasn't given specific instances of it. And that's what fucks him up. That's what really gets to him. But Twitch don't have a legal responsibility to do that. And to take it back to the employee status thing, even some states in the USA, and I'm pretty sure Washington is one of them, because I've looked into it previously, they don't have to tell you why. So there's not even always a legal obligation in that respect. Over here in the UK, you generally are told why. You know, as somebody who's been dismissed from a position or two in their time, I've been told why. But he's really mad about that. And legal makes it sound more important. Saying that they had a legal obligation makes it sound more significant. Legal is a term that when you use it in certain contexts carries a lot of weight because it implies an increased severity. It implies an increased seriousness of matters because, you know, if you get into a fight with somebody, that's a scrap or an argument that you were involved in. But if it then ends up involving the police and people are arrested, or somebody is assaulted and then, you know, has to be taken to a hospital, it becomes a legal matter. And it's more serious. So him saying the word legal there implies a severity. It implies a significance that's not really there. Because Twitch don't have any obligation to tell him why he was being removed from the partnership program. And they made that clear to him at the start. And he said, okay. And he still signed on the dotted line. But he feels aggrieved and he is the perpetual victim. And I just don't like the way he's looking at me there. Oh, I can't even keep my cheeks still to do it. Why do his lips pull so oddly? So so many things wrong about it. That beard is actually, considering this is November, I'm currently doing this in mid-January. That beard is it looks shockingly better there. That amount of, let's say, decay over just 2 months is fucking astonishing.
They have still to this day will not respond. They don't care. They feel like they have no legal responsibility to show that I did anything wrong.
They don't. They don't. They feel that way because they don't. And you know that because you accepted those terms when you signed up to be in the partnership program. So shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
For the fact that they kicked me out of their fucking partner program. The day they kicked me out, my income went from up here to here. And I'm trying every month to get back. It's gone up a little bit. Since I've become a full-time YouTube streamer, it's gone up a little bit more and a little bit more. And then all of a sudden in October, it went back down a little bit. Which sucks. You know, I was on an upward trend every month. Oh, I'm getting a little bit better, a little bit better. Oh, now it's back down again.
It's bottom. It's bottom. I'm sitting here thinking there's a clip of a TV show where one character screams to another, "Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up!" And I think it's bottom. I think it's the episode where they're stuck on the Ferris wheel.
Why are we talking such complete and utter bollocks?
I don't know, Eddie. I guess
Oh, shut up! Shut up!
No, it's not. No, because that's where Eddie just goes, "No, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's."
Yeah. Well, I guess we're all shut up in our own way. You know?
All right, that's it.
It's when Eddie goes, "Why are we talking such complete and utter bollocks?" And Richie goes, "I don't know, man. I just..." "Oh, shut up." No, it's not. He's calm down. No, that's when he's going mad.
Oh, God, I can't take any more of this! I'm going crazy, I tell you! Crazy! I've got to get out of here! I've got to get out of here!
Just calm down! Calm down! Calm down!
Ah, this is driving me crazy. Cut this bit, Steve. There's no need for it. We're going to insert that clip of Lars Ulrich screaming "fuck" at James Hetfield, then that'll do. Fuck! It turns out I was thinking of the pivot scene in Friends.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
So this is what I'm going through, okay? Seriously, this is what I'm going through. I'm in this situation, and I got people coming to stream yelling at me, "Oh, why aren't you playing fucking Metroid Dread?" When
Ooh, that was an interesting pause there. Why did you stop there? Let's do that again.
and I got people coming to stream.
He had another word in mind then, and he dismissed it. Did you see him shake his head then? He thought about it, and then he went and picked a different word. He might have been thinking something like demanding. People coming to this stream demanding I play, you know? And then he said, "Oh, maybe that's not..." Something like that. He was going a different way then. Instead of the conversational path that leads to yelling, he was going a different way. That was very interesting. He thought about that.
And I got people coming to stream.
He's literally about to say "who." His lips are moving. His facial muscles are moving in the direction of "who." So he's got people coming to the stream who are demanding. He's going that way, and then he thinks about it, and he stops, and he goes a different way. He was thinking about how he was going to word that then. I wonder why. Why was he doing that? You do that when you don't want to make what you're saying seem a certain way. When you don't want to appear, ungrateful, for example, you would pick a different word. if you're trying to say, got people coming into this stream, and you are fully aware that you're talking to the stream, what you want to say next, you may be taken. And he's going to be aware of this because he claims it happens all the time. He's like, you know, people take everything that I say out of context, and they're always uploading videos of me and all that stuff. So he's going to, it's not always at the front of his mind, but it's always there that what he says is usually clipped. I've also just noticed, if I got a little bit, oh no, it's how my hair falls there. Fuck. I need to get my eyebrows done. He always is aware, even if it's not always at the front of his mind, that what he says is being recorded and it's being clipped, and bits of it are being uploaded to several channels, which all get thousands more views than his. And I'm sure that burns. But the point is, he's going to be aware of how what he says can be taken. So when he's thinking about it, when he's consciously, when it's more and more so when it's at the front of his mind, when it's at the back of his mind, he might slip. He will give less of a fuck, you know. But sometimes he'll care. And this is one of those moments, because this is a big thing that we're all going to be talking about. So he's going to want to be careful about how he words things. And right there, he's thinking, I've got people coming into this stream, and he's aware that this stream, the people that he's talking about, might still be there. He's going to be talking about the people in his stream to the people in his stream. I feel like he was going to say who were demanding. But then why would you say yelling? Because yelling sounds impetuous. Yelling sounds entitled. Demanding sounds entitled as well. That's the thing. People who are demanding this. People who are yelling at me. There it is. There it is. There it is. People were demanding. Makes it sound like you people are assholes. You people are entitled. But people were yelling at me. Makes him the victim. It makes him the aggrieved again, because they're not going, Phil, you should play this, in a demanding way. They're yelling at him. They are deliberately yelling at him. They're shouting at him. They're telling him, Phil, play this. They're not saying, oh, I'd love it if Phil played this. Phil should play this. Phil, why aren't you playing this? They're not demanding in that way. They're attacking. They're yelling. They're treating him like he's done wrong. When you yell at someone, it's because you're angry at them. You know? You can be demanding in a certain way, but when you're yelling at somebody, you are having a go at them. You're shouting them down. That's what it is. He needs it to be an attacking thing. It's not an entitled audience thing. It's a being attacked thing. He's on the back foot. He's the victim. He's being victimized by people who come into his stream and yell at him. It's not people coming in and demanding, because that doesn't necessarily make him a victim, because they're not being aggressive in how they're doing it. They're being entitled. They're not being aggressive. They're not attacking. But when you're yelling at someone, you're aggressive, you're angry, you're shouting, you're potentially violent. Not necessarily. I read a book called Aggression and Violence. I'll flash up the author here. And it's pretty interesting. It does break down how you could be aggressive without being violent, and you could be violent without being physically violent, and you could be violent in certain ways that aren't necessarily involving physical violence, and you can be aggressive in ways that don't involve physical aggression. It's quite interesting, actually. I recommend it. It's a bit psychological, obviously, but most of the things I read are, so take that disclaimer with you, but still, it's pretty good. But yeah, when he picks the word yelling, it's a deliberate choice, because it makes him seem like he's being attacked.
Yelling at me. Oh, why aren't you playing fucking Metroid Dread? When are you going to play Metroid Dread? Why aren't you playing Guardians? When are you going to play Guardians? When are you going to spend more money?
See? People are yelling at him. They're attacking him. It's not demanding in that way. It's not insisting. It's not recommending. It's not even telling. It's attacking. I'm going to start a petition to get the definition of victim complex in the dictionary changed. To see Phil, dark side. Phil, comma, dark side. This is just... As low as I am to use the word in this context, he is triggered by this. He is seriously triggered by this. I've got so much to catch up on. Fucking hell.
I don't have it. Okay? I don't fucking have it. I would have loved nothing better than this week to play either Metroid Dread or Guardians or both.
Somebody sent him the money to buy Metroid Dread. I remember it. I remember watching it happen. Don't fucking gaslight me. People in this chat right now that you are talking to will have been there when somebody came in and went, Phil, I really want you to play Metroid Dread. Here's like $60. You know, go and buy Metroid Dread. And he ended up playing it anyway. But the point is that somebody gave him the money to do it earlier. And at the time when, if he'd done it, it would have brought in more money because more people wanted to see him play it. By the time he actually played it, most people had moved on because they'd seen other people played it and played it themselves. Somebody gave him money to do it. And he said no. But he still got the money. You had the money. And how did you... Okay, so if you didn't have the money to play Guardians, how did you buy Guardians then? Where did the money for that come from? If you didn't have the money to buy it, to play it. You did. You played it. I feel like I'm losing my mind.
I don't have it. I'm sorry. You know, this sucks. I don't want to sit here and talk about this, but this is my life. I don't have it because of all these circumstances that keep fucking coming up and screwing me over every month. Every time a dollar comes in, a dollar goes out. And then something comes up, I don't have the money for it, so I got to draw upon what I'm making daily. Now I don't have money to spend on anything. Tomorrow's my day off, okay? My day off for the week. I'm going to have to penny pinch the money that I have in order to afford what I do tomorrow, which is...
The curling of his lips then.
The money that I have.
That little flick of the tongue there. Just going back earlier to what I said about the nervous systems and him being on flight. He's definitely in fight or flight mode here now. That'll be what that is. He's got a bit of dry mouth. It's been a while since he's taken a sip. Because I don't think that's a nervous thing. Twitching and like shaking and moving about and scratching a lot. It can be nervous things with him. I think most of the time they are just the result of him being quite scruffy and dirty and slobby and not showering for days. But sometimes, yeah, they're him being nervous. Especially when he bites his nails. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, that was a new one, so I just thought that was a bit of dry mouth there. I think there's at least one viewer that I have that's a little bit turned on by me doing that now.
Grocery shopping, having one meal out a week with my wife.
Then there you go. Stop that. Don't have the one meal out. When you buy your groceries, buy cheaper brands, buy less, make the food last longer, and stop having that one meal out. I know it sucks. Reduce it. If you can't cut it out completely, which you can't because you're a fucking addict, even to spending. This is what I think. I think Phil's addicted to spending. Champions is the main vehicle that he does it because it's easier, cheaper. He can hide it from us and he can do it on the shitter, so he doesn't even have to leave the house and deal with people. But my point here is you can stop that. That's one outgoing per month. Because you're going to do that 4 times a month. You're going to eat out with your wife. So that's what, $250-ish. $200 to $300 a month. Assuming, between $50 $70 per time that you eat out. You're also probably not going to do it just once that day either. You are probably going to do it multiple times. We all know that he does it on DoorDash though, so why am I even bothering with this?
Getting supplies for Jasper.
How much does that cat cost? How much does that cat cost a month? My cat's expenses have to be like 20 quid. A bag of litter and maybe like 3 packs of food. You know? No, I mean like 3 individual packs. I mean like the kilogram bags of food. Usually about 3 per month she goes through. And like a bag of litter for the tray. Has to be like 20 quid a month. I mean, my cat also has expenses because she's on medication for thyroid problems. But, you know, I'm assuming Jasper doesn't have those anymore because his medical issues were treated. Weren't they, Phil? But how much is he going through? How much litter is he using? If you have like bags of it in your garage, you know, for a month, is he like throwing away the entire box every time? You know, just got like a little layer and then scoop it out and replace it. You throw out the whole thing every month. Not even every month. Every time he needs to clean the litter tray. Every time Jasper has a shit, that's it. The whole litter tray's gone, and he refills it again. That's the only way I can assume that he's going through that. That and the most expensive brand of food. If you bought like the most expensive brand of food, and you bought big bags, and you know, just didn't give a fuck. If you bought what is that cat going through that costs as much as he's implying? That you have to do it weekly. That you have to do it weekly. I swear I buy like a pack of... I've got a pack here. Let me go get a pack. Cut. Sorry. Alright, so I went down and got a bag. One of these. These are on offer currently, so I've bought a few. So yeah, that'll do it for a month. Not the one bag, obviously. That only lasts like a week and a bit. Maybe 10 days. How much is it? Got to be like a kilogram in. 750 grams. Okay. So, like three of these a month-ish for my cat. And litter. Bag of litter for like 7 or 8 quid. That's just... How much is the cat going through? How much is the cat going through that you need, you know, multiple packs of these every week? I want to see how he breaks down his pet expenses. More than anything else, I want to see how he breaks down his pet expenses. Because there's no way they're that much. Unless he's doing something stupid. Like throwing out the whole box of litter every time Jasper has a shit or a piss. Which implies a measure of cleaning that is actually at odds with what we know about DSP and how willing he is to clean frequently. She's asleep at the moment, otherwise I would have been like, yeah, come here, you expensive piece of shit, you know. Fucking hell.
And other things for around the house that I can't just normally get at the grocery store. You know, it's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight to even just do my weekly stuff. And I haven't been out for 7 fucking days. And most of that money that I earned over the last week is gone. On top of that, the last 2 days, you know, like I said, it's been slow.
You could take the money that he earned in the last 7 days and ask, where is it all gone? If the money that's coming up from YouTube also pays everything, where is that money gone? Because people can add up what you earned over those 7 days. Because what you're being given flashes up on screen. And if you're not going out and your bills are paid on certain days, what are you spending the money on, Phil? Where's it all going? We all know it's WWE champions.
And it sucks because do I expect people to come to every stream and be completely outpouring with support? No.
Ooh, there's a lovely super chat there, isn't there? T-Punk trolls by showing us your champion's account. Because again, Phil, even doing you the fucking immense privilege of assuming that you are no longer playing WWE Champions, you've admitted to playing it at one point years ago. So you could show us that your account hasn't been used since then. That's how you disprove all this. All of this could go away with one moment of holding your phone to the screen and saying, look at my account. And again, just like with pursuing legal action, the fact that you don't speaks volumes.
You would hope that it could be a balance, but it just hasn't been a balance recently because of all this shit going on behind the scenes with me. It's screwing me over. It is. It's ridiculously screwing me over to the point where I just...
And there you go. Getting banned. Message deleted. I have gone through this and we are only 16 minutes in. This fucking video, man. Like, I love that that's become a meme. It just sort of like organically had a meme spout up. When people say so when you 10-hour video coming up. When's the day-long one coming out? Guys, I think this might be it. I fucking love my community. I've not got a community. You can't be my community. I love my subs. I love the people that I comment and talk to on chat. Like, when I'm in other streams and other people are like, hey, looking forward to your 24-hour video. I fucking love you.
I just can't get it. I can't get back to square one anymore. You know what I'm saying?
You better take a sip.
It's not that I don't want to play new games with you guys. I want to. I can't. Now it's like, because remember...
Again, this is benefit of hindsight, but we know that after this, he'd go on to play like Resident Evil 4 and Skyrim. And it's like... I know he means new games as in new releases. Play Sniper Elite 4, for fuck's sake! Play one of my favourite games. I love playing that game. I love the Sniper Elite series. I play it with Nige. I've still not uploaded that footage. After this, I'm uploading that footage. But it's like... Granted, it's a Game Pass thing, which he should have done earlier. Because I saw that one went past as well. That super chat went past as well, saying, Phil, play games on Game Pass. And he has started doing that. But the fact that he fucking takes the stream, he takes up a stream picking the game rather than going, hey guys, I've got a surprise for you. He goes for it. And he makes money doing that, for fuck's... Oh, fuck. Fuck, you know, carry on. Come on.
Before it was, well, I'm in the middle of too many other games. Can't play them. So now you're like, okay, well, you finished the games. Why aren't you playing the new ones? I can't afford it, man. Like, right now, so here's the situation I'm in. This is me, real talk. Right now, what's going on with me?
Again, preparing you. Front-loading it. Two types of people do this. Liars and salesmen. Liars are trying to trick you into believing something that isn't true. And salesmen are trying to convince you to do something you wouldn't normally do. Salesman's sort of like giving you the pitch. It's normally for something like, you know, say like picking a new phone tariff or switching your energy to a different supplier. Something like that, you know. To be, or like, you know, come, like donate to charity if you're approached by someone who's doing the charity work in the streets. People, they're trying to sell you something. They're trying to make you do something that you wouldn't do because, you know, you'd be fine with your phone tariff or your internet service provider, or you'd be fine with whoever you're paying for your energy, and you were, you know, not really in the mood to support this charity because, you know, you had different causes that you believe in or something like that. Whatever. And these people are trying to get you to change that attitude. And they do stuff like this because this is how you convince people. You know, this is how liars convince people as well. It's a method of, you know, reassurance that what you're about to hear is the truth. And now salesmen do it because They have to reassure you that there is a benefit to you changing what you do. There is a benefit to you switching your energy plan, for example. So you're being told this. You're being reassured that no. I know what you're thinking, but seriously, what I'm selling you is good. You know, you might not want to change your provider, but we can save you money. Or you can get a better deal on your phone bill. I know that you're happy with your internet service provider, but if you sign up with me, if you sign up with my company, you will get more benefits. And to reassure you that that is true, you get this thing at the front. You get this reassurance up front, so you're more willing to be receptive to the possibility. And as a liar does it, to try to convince you that what they're saying is true, when ordinarily you would not believe them. So every time he's about to make a statement, he does something like this. It's one of them once unseen, never unseen things. Once seen, never unseen things. I can't stop seeing it.
Tomorrow is my day off. I need money for my day off. I should be okay. All right?
Why do you need money for your day off? I get it's for shopping and stuff. I get you need shopping and stuff. But you don't need to... You can even cut down on your car expenses by ordering things to be delivered and not going out, which would suit you perfectly. Most fucking stores do online ordering. You can buy your groceries online. I've seen people do it. I've seen the vans driving past from like Asda and Tesco's and that. I know people that do it. You only need so much for your day off. The rest of the money that you need for your day off comes from things that you could cut down on. You could cut down on the amount that you spend by not going for a meal with your wife. But instead maybe get something while you're in the grocery store and prepare it together. Or prepare it for her and then light some candles. And maybe pick up some cheap wine that's, just nice enough. And then instead of spending like $100 at a restaurant, you've spent like $30 for ingredients and wine. Most of it's been the wine. I don't know, it's been so long since I drank. And even then I wasn't particularly fussy. I'd often get like the cheapest Merlot, or if I was feeling fancy, a fucking bottle of Chianti. Because it was that pretentious. But either way, I'm not an expert on wines. It gets me drunk. Well, I'll fucking take it.
I have no idea what I'm going to make today on streams at all. Every day it's different. I have no idea what I'm going to make on Visage and Lost Judgment today. It could be great, it could be terrible. I have no idea. Okay? Tomorrow is my day off. There goes a bunch of money. There's nothing I can do about it. I got to buy shit for the house. It's my day off.
You can do something about it. You change what you buy. You buy less expensive stuff. Change where you shop. Find a place that's cheaper. If you're buying brand stuff, try to buy store brand stuff instead. I mean, to be fair, the cheesy puffs that Aldi sell are like just as good as what's it. The Cocoa Puffs that most places sell, they're cheap, or Choco Rice. It's normally better than Cocoa Pops. Buy brand stuff. The only place I won't compromise is obviously, but even then, most of the cheap store brand drinks are fine as well. Like Dr. Thunder, Mr. Pepper, something like that. But again, most people trying to work with his outgoings and do it on much less. Most people having to pay the same bills as him, doing it on much less, would cut down stuff like that. They'd cut down on what they bought. They'd cut down on the things they bought. They'd cut down on the brands and buy cheaper alternatives instead.
When I come back this week, over the weekend, I have to raise no...
Oh, and they also wouldn't go for a meal that they couldn't afford. Forgot to mention that then. They would also stop doing that. See, even she agrees and she's asleep.
Exaggeration, $800 over the weekend. Because the middle of next week, I have to pay my internet bills and my condo dues. They amount to about $800.
Fucking hell. Change your internet plan. Actually, I've heard that it's really bad in America. I might be wrong about this, but I've heard that it's basically like carved up into fiefdoms where there's like one main provider and it's really difficult to get a different plan. So, but fucking hell, you need 2 business class lines. I feel like, yeah, condo dues taking up the chunk of that is understandable. But even then, is he talking about the Wakondo? I'm assuming he is. But even, see, this is why Piece of Peace keeps track of his spending and his bills and his tips and everything like that, not me.
And I'm not going to have any excess money left over from this week to go towards that. You know? So in like 3-4 days, well, I guess 5 days, I have to, oh, by the way, Wednesday of next week is my day off. It's the only day off of the week that my wife and I can schedule together. I have to have money for that day too.
Now, see, the problem with doing this stuff like much later on is that although you get the benefit of hindsight, it's a bit difficult to sort of place stuff like that, because if tomorrow's his day off, but also Wednesday is Wednesday next week, I'm trying to remember when this day was. 11, sorry, oh, 3rd of the 11th. Sorry. Right, let's go back. 3rd, Wednesday. So if, right, Thursday's his day off and then next Wednesday's his day off. Right. I think that's what he's saying. There are things you can do with your wife that don't cost money. You could have, you know, you could prepare a picnic and go for a walk in the park. Pick up some stuff while you're going shopping for your groceries. Or use the stuff that you would normally buy. Because I'm assuming you'd normally buy stuff like bread and sandwich fillings, like meats and cheeses and things. I'm assuming you would buy stuff that you're going to eat. So why not take that out to the park and have a nice, lovely romantic picnic together? Go for a walk. Drive, like, I don't know, an hour out of the city and find somewhere nice and scenic and go for a walk. There's things you can do on your day off that don't cost money. Fucking, like, have a night in. Switch everything off. Or stick a movie, have a movie on, like, you know. Make a big bowl of popcorn and throw a blanket on and snuggle up on the couch together and watch something from your massive DVD collection that's not, you know, that you've still got. Because let's be honest, you won't have sold it. You've probably still got all that shit in boxes somewhere. Like the piles of DVDs and Blu-rays and things. So why not watch one of them together as a couple?
So you see my predicament? In the next few days, I'm supposed to raise $800 plus money for my day off to pay everything. Oh, Phil, why don't you go buy Guardians of the Galaxy? Why aren't you buying Metroid Dread and playing them? This is why. Right,
let's have a look there at him saying that he needs to raise money, and then how he presents the opposite claim that you should be buying Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff like that. Look at his body language, right?
I don't have the flexibility
when he
my day off. My predicament?
There you go.
Money for that day too. So you see my predicament?
That facial exaggeration and you see my predicament. That's an emphasizing predicament. That's an emphasizing movement that he's leaning forward and he is desperately trying to emphasize that. You see what I mean? He's like really putting it on so that you will understand where he's coming. Yeah, I do see what you mean, Phil. That's a good point. You know, he wants that. You see my predicament. Like, this isn't the predicament of the majority of people watching his stream and the majority of people in the world today having to struggle with no money. You know, people survive on far less than what you are spending, Phil. People survive on far less than what you are getting. So, again, I need to stop getting stressed about this thing here. This. Do you see my predicament? Just look at the facial and I can't even. Like, I feel like I need to go and have a shower every time I feel like Greasy by proxy. And it's just so ridiculous.
So you see my predicament? In the next
It's that sort of like... Oh, God, do you see what I mean? Do you see how bad it is? It's fucking... Oh, God, that was horrifying when I did that then. Need to stop emulating that. But yeah, right. So he's emphasising that. He wants you to really believe the significance of the situation that he's in. You know, you see my predicament. Not having any money yet, still needing money. Like it's not the problem for everybody else anyway. And that other people manage on far less than what he's doing. But it's the next bit as well. So you have that sort of like emphasis on the significance and the sincerity as well. He really wants you to believe that this is true and it's sincere. And he's like, really, do you see what I mean? He really wants to emphasize that. And then when it comes to presenting the other demand that people have, the why aren't you playing these new games demand, he's like this.
In the next few days, I'm supposed to raise $800 plus money for my day off to pay everything. Oh, Phil, why don't you go buy Guardians of the Galaxy? Why aren't you buying Metroid Dread and playing them?
That's a very sort of like aggressive response there. Instead of the wide-eyed exaggeration of the movement as he's imposing, he's taken a very different, deliberate... He's very stern. His eyebrows go down. He's very, oh, Phil, why aren't you doing... Because this is... he's trying to portray it as unreasonable. He's trying to portray it as aggressive and unreasonable. He wants you to believe it's aggressive because earlier on he stated he's being attacked and people are yelling at him. So, no, wake you up. Sorry. But he's leaning in because he wants to sort of like emphasize how ridiculous it is. People are demanding, so he's taking up a lot of space now. Oh, Phil, why aren't you doing... That's an aggressive, demanding posture. That's a moving in sort of thing. That's a, I am getting into your space and I want you to address my problems and my position and what I'm saying. So, you know, it's doing that. That's how you are when you're aggressive. You're forward like that and you're angry like that. So he wants you to believe that's how people who want him to play Metroid Dread and Guardians of the Galaxy are. When the reality is, someone fucking gave him the money for Metroid Dread.
This is why. I don't have the flexibility I used to have anymore. I don't. There was a time when I was single. I lived in Connecticut. I had zero expenses besides the basic things.
Ooh, that's a little tasty one as well. So, you know, things have gone downhill since you got married, which is obviously not the point he's making. That's obviously not what's implying. That's us inferring from that statement. But he does bring up a very interesting point. Why isn't your wife helping out with the bills? Your wife works, she earns money. She might work part-time and not earn as much as you, but she still earns. And yet, paying for everything falls on you. Even though you're married, everything is your responsibility. Everything financial. This is a really traditional thing. This is a really sort of like nuclear family thing, isn't it? This is the man goes out to work and pays all the bills thing. This is why she works part-time. Well, I mean, you know, again, benefit of hindsight. I know she's been having problems at work, and that's really another video for another time because there's a lot of relationship stuff in there, and that video will be coming. But, you know, unlike Kat. But if he's married, he's the one who's bringing in the money. He's the one who's taking care of the bills because he's the man of the house. But she works, she brings in money as well, yet still he claims this is all on him. What is she doing with her money, Phil? Why isn't your wife helping out? She lives there as well. She eats food. She uses electricity and gas and water. She will also have to take care of Jasper. Why isn't she helping out with the bills, Phil? What's she doing with her money? That's a really... That's interesting. I'll have to note that for future reference when I talk about it in the relationship video. But yeah. It's a very... I'm the man of the house. I pay the bills. Thing like that.
I didn't have shit. I didn't have this. I didn't have people fucking with my financials and my identity, costing me thousands of dollars to fucking fix, and freezing all my accounts and putting me in debt because now I have late fees and shit with all these companies because I couldn't pay on time.
Again, most companies would waive those fees if you were going through a identity theft investigation, either through contact with the bank or with the police. If this was a legal matter that you were chasing up, you would have like a crime reference number. So yeah, massive extra doubt on that as well. Or it could be that these things are standing because he's too lazy to go to each company and say, you know, identity theft, thing with the bank, blah, 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 and do that with everything. But no, because he said that he'd spent all day dealing with it. So assume that he did have to go to all those companies and say, we can get to 20 minutes in less than 3 hours, we can do it. So assume that he did have to go to all those companies and say, my identity's been stolen, so my bank account's frozen, so I won't be able to pay this, and you know, could you waive the late fee, or could we do something to deal with that? And could you know, there'd be ways most companies would accept that, especially if they could verify it by going to your bank or to the police. So either he's lying or those debts stand because he's too lazy. And I feel like it might be the laziness thing. I feel like he might have incurred maybe a late fee or two in the brief period where his account was ostensibly locked. Let's say locked, but if it was locked for long enough for a payment to not go through and thus a charge be incurred, to deal with that, you would have to exert effort to sort of like call the company that, you know, had charged you. But if you were lazy enough to incur regular late fees because you can't be asked paying on time anyway, which we know he is because of the bank leaks, it could be that. He could have late fees, but because he's too lazy to go and tell them all that he's, you know, his account's under investigation. But would he though? Because again, he's doing it here now. He's telling us all this. So he is the sort of person who, when it works in his favour, he will say it. Maybe he did both. Maybe he spent all day telling not even all day. Maybe he told whatever company or whatever business was due to take money out of his account but couldn't because it was frozen, and he incurred a late fee that, you know, there's an investigation going on for identity theft, blah, 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 and they went to the bank and they were like, yeah, we're doing this, blah, blah, blah. And then he comes on anyway and says, I've also incurred late fees. You could do both. So you can't work out the truth because you can't trust anything he says. This is the consequence of being an inveterate liar.
You know, like all this shit going on, none of that was like that back then. So I had flexibility to go out and in 1 week I could buy 5 fucking new games, 3 of which were terrible games. And I would rush through the games and beat them all and trade them in and buy 5 new games the next week and all of that.
He traded them in, but didn't trade the boxes in. Like, if he doesn't tell you everything you need to know about DSP, that he gave away empty boxes, you'd be like, oh, but, you know, it's the collector's edition, so it's in a steel tin, and it's got, like, you know, artwork in the... it's got an art book with it as well, so there's some exclusive art. So, if you own this game, here's a nice tin for it. Why didn't you just trade in the box as well?
I just don't have that anymore. I wish I did. No, really, I wish I did.
You see, that I believe him on. I believe he genuinely wishes he you know, things could still be like that. But Phil, here's the thing. These are the consequences of your actions. You got yourself here. Nobody made you get here. You did. You got yourself here.
Someone just said to me yesterday, Phil, are you going to play Call of Duty Vanguard? No, I'm really not interested in it. I played the beta and I thought it sucked. And someone said, well, what if someone buys it for you? Would you play it then? Yeah. If you're going to buy it for me, I'm not going to commit to playing it long term, but I'll at least play it a few sessions and see if it's any good. but I'm not going to drop my own money on it when I wasn't liking the beta. Immediately when I say that on the pre-stream, there's slanderous videos. Phil will only play any games if his fans buy them for him. He won't spend any of his own money. See what I mean? See about him? What the fuck? It's not even...
What do you mean, what the fuck? You literally just said that. You literally just said, I'm not buying this game, but if, I'll play it if you buy it me. That's literally what you just said. There's no slander there. It's your fucking video. It's your footage. It's you. He has to be delusional at this point. It has to be a delusion. You cannot genuinely hold that belief. You disagree? I mean, I'd be interested in hearing your opinions if you did. Really? See, I'm not so sure myself. I can't accept it as an actual belief. I'm sorry. It causes too much cognitive dissonance. In a normal person, that would cause too much cognitive dissonance. You would not be able to hold the two contrary values of this thing is slanderous, but it's also literally what I just said. You have to be delusional to believe that. You have to be delusional to say, I'm not going to spend money. I'm not going to buy Call of Duty. I don't want to spend my own money on it, so I'm not going to buy it. But I'll play it if somebody pays for it. If a fan wants to buy it me, I'll play it. And then say, by the way, there's going to be loads of videos about that and it's going to be slanderous. But it's literally what you just said. You're literally saying, I'm not going to spend my money on this thing because I don't want to buy it, but I'll play it if somebody buys it for me. And then you're like, oh, all the people that are going to be slanderous videos going, oh, Phil won't play this game unless his fans buy it for him. It's literally what you just said. It has to be delusion. It just causes too much cognitive dissonance otherwise. It can't be slander if it's literally what you just said. It's all the videos that get uploaded are your footage. It's people filming your footage and re-uploading it. Fuck. Fuck. Also, I've got hair in my mouth.
How is it a negative to say, I'm not going to spend money on a game that I played the beta of and I'm not enjoying? How is that a negative?
Because that's not what you're saying. You're saying, I'll play it if a fan buys it. You're not just saying, I'm not going to spend money on this because it's bad. You're saying, I don't want to spend my money on it, but if somebody else buys it, I'll play it. When really what you should be saying is, no. Phil, what about if somebody buys it? Yeah, I'd rather they didn't. Nobody should be buying it for me. I'm not going to play it even if you buy it me. Which you did with fucking Metroid Dread. Somebody gave you the money for it and you said, I'm still not going to play it. And that caused a whole thing. And then you ended up playing it anyway. You're not just saying, I'm not going to spend my money on this thing that's bad. You are also saying, I will play it if my fans buy it for me.
That's a fucking logical thing to do.
The first part is logical, right? The second part is also logical. But when people upload videos of that, you can't call them slanderous. Because it's not. Because it's your fucking footage. It's too late. I film late so that I don't get a lot of ambient noise from outside. But I'm also very aware that there's not great soundproofing in these houses. And I've got neighbours and they're asleep. But it's so wound up by this. And to think, I've watched this a couple of times and thought, I just don't want to, because I don't think I'll be able to get much out of it. And I'm not even 20 minutes in, and it's already been like 3 hours.
If you tried out a game you didn't like it, why buy it, right?
Why hold it hostage? Fair enough. If you tried out a game and you didn't like it, why buy it? But then what I say, if you buy it me, I'll play it. If it's bad enough that you won't spend your own money on it, that's fine. But to then say, my fans buy it me though. And I mean, fair enough, right? I've had a couple of game recommendations along the way since I've started doing this. Since I've started, producing detractor content in a more regular way. I'll say regular. That would imply like a specific date or amount of times I uploaded. But since I've started doing these videos, I've had a couple of people recommend some games to me that they thought I might find interesting because they deal with psychological stuff. And, I've thought, cool, yeah, I'll give them games a go. I've bought them myself. I've had like one person gift me a game on Xbox. Other than that, every time someone said, you should play this game, I thought, all right then, yeah, cool, I'll stick it on my wish list. And then when it goes on sale, I'll pick it up. So, it's always at my discretion though. It's always me that sort of looks at the games and thinks, yeah, that looks actually quite interesting. They've got a point. It might be quite cool. I'll stick it on my wish list or I'll buy it. But I've never said you buy me then. If you think I'll like it, you buy it me. That's the difference, Phil. That's why it's a negative. Not buying something. Not buying something because you think it's shit and you're not going to like it and you don't want to play it is fine. But to then add on, but if you buy it me, is the problem.
If someone's going to buy it on my behalf because they're really desperate to see me try it, that's different. But why the fuck would I spend my hard-earned money on a game that I know sucks? Right?
That's not the point. That's not the problem. Nobody's uploading videos going, Dark Side Phil won't spend money on game he doesn't like. It's the bit that follows that, Phil. But you know that already. That's why you're not addressing it. You know that already, and you know that it's a bad thing. That's why you're not addressing it. That's why you're focusing on this instead. You're focusing on the, I don't like this game, so I don't want to spend my money on it. Because that's acceptable. That's a reasonable thing. The issue that everybody else has is what comes afterwards. It's that you buy it for me and I'll play it. That's the thing that's bad, Phil. That's the thing that's bad. And you know that. That's why you're not addressing it. That's why you're trying to focus on this instead. Because deflecting like that is a fucking great way for narcissists to avoid something like that. It's a great way for narcissists to avoid having to deal with something they know is bad. They know is perceived badly. They know may include an area of personal responsibility. They don't want to deal with something that might invite criticism. So instead they'll focus on this thing that seems reasonable. And when you can pair this reasonable point and what seems like an unreasonable reaction together, it makes you look good. And it makes the people who are reacting to it look bad. Because your point is reasonable and the way they're behaving is quite unreasonable. But the people over here, those detractors, that you think are acting unreasonably, aren't reacting unreasonably to this reasonable point. Because most of us would agree, in fact I'm pretty sure all of us would agree, that if a game's bad and you don't like it, don't spend your money on it. That's not the point we're reacting to though. We're reacting to the bit that comes afterwards. Where you go, yeah, if you buy it me, I'll play it. It's bad enough that you don't want to put your own money on it, but if someone else buys it me, I'll play it. There's an air of entitlement and expectation to that. There's an air of gross, disgusting expectation that your fans will provide for you. When really you're the one that earns the money and you should be the one that goes, right, okay, I made $100 in the last stream. This new game cost $40. Fuck it. I'll play it. If it's shit, then hopefully I'll still be able to carry a stream to the point where I've at least made $40 so that I've not felt the loss of it. Which, as a streamer who's been doing this for years, you should be able to do by now. You should even be able to turn shit into gold. If you get a bad game, you should be able to at least laugh along with it. You should be able to at least, carry the stream till the end for your audience and be entertaining that way. Not just sitting there going, guys, no one's talking to me and I'm really bored. I keep looking at chat. No one's talking about... You stop talking about football. Who cares about the Super Bowl? I'm trying to play this platformer and it's really bad. You don't laugh at it with me. I'm just... Oh, so bored. And that all comes from that. That all comes from the game is bad and I'm not going to play it. But if somebody else buys it for me, that's all carried by that statement, Phil. And nobody's focusing on the game is bad and I don't want to play it. I don't want to spend my money on a bad game. Nobody's focusing on that except you. Because you know this is the reasonable point. And you know that the other point makes you look bad. But if you can make it look like we are acting unreasonably to this reasonable point, that makes you look better and it makes us look worse.
Anyway, let me put this paper back because it's important. This is literally everything I owe every month, and I got to go put this over here so I don't lose it.
It's that important. That piece of paper is important. Just do it on a fucking computer. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? It's so ridiculous. There's not really much from a psychological perspective I could bring to this. It's just ridiculous. It's an empty, hollow display. It's a parody. It's an attempt of acting like an adult. It's a facsimile of adulthood. Again, this is everything that I keep coming back to this so much when I think about like Phil and when I look at stuff that involves Phil and how he is. So much of it just seems like a facsimile of adulthood. The way he portrays his daily life, it just seems like he's just trying to look like an adult rather than actually being an adult. He's trying to do what he thinks people think adults do rather than just doing what adults do, because he's not grown into an adult. He's still got that childhood perspective of adulthood. You know, he thinks adulthood is, you know, adults should behave a certain way because that's what it looks like adults behave like when you're a kid. And really, adults behave differently. Adults make adjustments to their cost of life. Adults take proactive steps to reduce their outgoings. You know, adults keep track of their outgoings on something that's not a piece of paper that you wave to the camera. I should have got a piece of paper for this. Fuck! Oh, and I meant to do the thing again. I meant to do the thing where I put the Wii U in the PlayStation 2. What the fuck? In my defense, I've been playing the Wii U recently. Well, you know, I've been missing light gun games, and there's a couple of good on-rail shooters on the Wii, and fucking hell. It's a facsimile of adulthood.
Okay. So, folks, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because when I see...
Oh, God, finally. Right, it's 20 minutes into the video, and we're 3 hours into mine. Oh, God. It'll be 3 hours into this bit of, like, the previous 4 hours. Oh, God, it's going to be something... Oh, my God. What am I doing? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just really funny to me. I'm sorry. Oh, good girl. Yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, okay. I need to get on with it, I know. What am I doing? What am I doing?
When I see people coming on the streams and literally like slandering and defaming me and saying, "Oh, Phil just doesn't want to. I don't know. He's missing opportunities because he should be playing the new games." I want to.
Then it's not slander then, is it? It's not slander or defamation or an attack to go, oh, you're missing opportunities because you're not playing these games. If you're going, yeah, I know, I can't. That's not slander, though. That's not defamation. It's not an attack. Are you all right down there? Yeah. I know, I'm sorry. It's taking its time. I'm really sorry. But yeah, it's not slander. It's not defamation. To go, you're missing opportunities by not playing these new games. If you're then going, I can't afford to. There's an inherent acknowledgement there, isn't there? There's an acknowledgement that, yeah, I know, but I can't afford it. So it's not slander or defamation. It's not an attack. Yeah, it just perpetually has to be the victim. Every fucking time. I've never seen a narcissist. I've never even read about narcissists that have persecution complexes to this degree. Nearly every interaction is a potential attack. This is fucking astonishing. It should be studied. It needs to be studied. I need to start writing to like the BPS and the APA. This is amazing. It's just... If you're acknowledging that you're missing opportunities because you can't afford them, then people saying that you're missing those opportunities isn't slander or defamation or an attack. Do you not want to go out? Okay, you can go.
I can't. Okay? I want to and I can't. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pay my bills next week. I don't know. It may be I have to not pay certain bills and then face late fees and issues and have to pay them after the fact. I don't know.
Then that's your bad financial management then, innit? That's on you. The amount that you get in tips, which you can withdraw immediately, and the amount that you get in super chats, which is paid per month, should be more than enough to cover your bills. That's a problem that's on you. So stop fucking moaning about it. I also know it's coming later. I think I might have to split this into parts. I genuinely think I like to do this video all at once, like I did with the other one. But I feel like this part was worth commenting on because of just like everything it reveals about Phil. But I feel like the bit that's coming up with Snow Carl is worth going into elsewhere because it's such a divergent point. So I might split this into two. I'm going to finish this bit at least, the bit of him whinging about not being able to afford people's expectations and demanding and all that shit. So there's at least going to be this. But the stuff about Snow Carl, I feel like might do a different video on that, just to save a bit of my own sanity and to make sure that I can finish editing this whole thing, you know, soon, rather than having to keep telling people, yeah, no, it's on its way. It's seriously, it's taken me a bit longer than I thought, but it's on its way. Because I don't like having to do that. But yeah, the previous bit took a lot longer than I thought to edit, especially the top 10 bit. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, let's carry on.
And the fact that I've now had 2 consistently slow support days, streams where I've made like $20, $30 a stream.
Oh my god, this was 2 days. 2 days. 2 slow days. What did he do with that Vest Street money? That must have skewed things for him. He must now have a baseline expectation. We know he expects at least 150 a stream, even though he set his tips goal currently at 50 and then he increases it, just to make it look like you don't expect that much. But we know he moans when he doesn't reach goals. So he still has that expectation. But this is 2 days. 2 days brought this on. Those bank leaks hit him hard. Those bank leaks, they're probably still now, as of like mid-January. They're probably still like weighing on his mind. Even though things have sort of eased off with people, you still get detractors and troll super chats and things. But, you know, it's not really a main issue. But this was recent. This was quite close to it. So it's obviously a raw wound. This much after 2 days. And you see, that's the thing. This would be after more than 2 days of people telling him, play Metroid or play Guardians. So even before the 2 previous days that were slow, he was getting a lot. He was getting more than enough to afford. All it would take is one stream to be able to afford Metroid Dread or Guardians. And he didn't even have to afford Metroid Dread because someone gave him the fucking money for it. So, you know, the fact that this came after 2 days is just fucking astonishing to me. It tells me, right? It tells me that this is a serious thing for him. This is a thing that provokes a serious response. Not it being slow for 2 days necessarily, but the fact that people keep saying do this, the fact that people keep saying play this, the fact that people keep insisting we want to see this, but he doesn't want to. He's fed up. He doesn't want to play Metroid Dread. He didn't want to play Guardians of the Galaxy because everyone told him it was shit. And he doesn't want to play Metroid Dread. That's why he frames it as, it's only the sequel for a game that was like 6 years ago. You know, no one, it's the first entry in the series for 6 years. So, you know, who cares about that? You know, people have moved on since 6 years ago. But he doesn't want to do it. So he's getting really fed up of people saying, Phil, do it. Phil, do it. And then the stress of 2 slow days just adds on to that. So he's already at a really tense state because people have been insisting. And people have been insisting consistently. They've been persistent with it. And that's why I keep saying people should be persistent with these things. Because it does eventually pay dividends. Further down the line, if you insist on something straight away and he goes, no, fuck off, and then you give up on it, everyone moves on. But if you keep doing it, eventually it gets to something like this. You get to a point where he has a fucking meltdown on pre-stream because he's fed up of people telling him to play Metroid Dread. That's fucking amazing to me. Those bank leaks are going to be there as an undercurrent. And all it needs is a few more stresses on top of it for another outburst.
You know, what am I supposed to do? I can't drop money on new games. Now, I talked about this on the pre-stream yesterday, okay? And I'll say it again. If someone is interested in helping me behind the scenes, maybe you want to donate some credits to PlayStation Network or some credits to Xbox Live or some credits to Nintendo. I mean, if you want me to play Metroid Dread, right? And, of course, the Pokemon game that's coming up later this month, Nintendo Online Store credits, all right? That would help me tremendously right now. Really. That would help me tremendously because it would give me flexibility to do whatever. In fact, I'll tell you this right now, okay?
One of the best things he could have done, which, you know, to his credit he did, is Game Pass. He's just not done it enough. And he slows the process down. He has a stream where he goes through everything, and you all pick a bunch of games, and then you all vote on one. So you can pick which games he wants to try. And then if they're good, they might end up as proper playthroughs. Whereas anybody else would be like, guys, every Tuesday or Thursday, say, Game Pass night. I'm going to pick a game at random and just play it. And if it ends up being a game that, you know, is a long game, so we don't really get into it on the stream, and, you know, 2 hours it's just opening up, then I might play it further on down the line. You know, I might start playing it as a regular stream and try and fit it in somewhere. It might take the place of one of the 2 Game Pass nights. But anybody else would have it more in their stream. They would have it more. They would take advantage of it more. They would get their money's worth, basically, for the cost of the Game Pass per month, compared to how much you would make on those 2 streams 4 times a month. You'd probably easily cover. What do you mean probably? You would easily cover what it costs for Game Pass and then some. You know, But he doesn't. He slows it down, he drags it out, and he tries to make as much money out of the process as he possibly can. He just goes about it in the wrong fucking way. Because doing it the other way, 2 streams a week of Game Pass, and you pick the game. And if the game's shit, then fine. Next week, you're not going to play. Next Game Pass night, you're going to play something else. So it's fine. And if it's a game that takes a while to get into, then, you know, if it starts looking good, great. You can carry it on for one of the other 2 streams. And then just, like, keep picking and do it every week. Something different every week. And then it's a surprise for your audience because you're not telling them. They don't know. They've not picked the game. But he has to be an interactive streamer because he has to displace that responsibility onto the audience. And then if the game does shit and it does crap and he doesn't make that much money, the audience picked the game. So it's fine. It's not his fault. But if he picks a game at random and it's shit, he takes it personally because it was his decision and he picked that game. He can't laugh it off. He can't roll with it. He can't turn it to his advantage by, you know, going along with it and saying, yeah, it's a bit shit, but you know what? Let's have a laugh with it. Let's laugh at how bad the game is. He gets frustrated and he takes it seriously. When a game's bad, he takes it seriously. He can't laugh with it. He can't appreciate a bad game for being bad. You know, he has to take it personally. So he has to remove that risk to his ego and displace it onto his audience. That's why he calls himself a variety streamer, an interactive streamer. Because then you pick the game. And therefore you're responsible if the game is shit and he doesn't do well. Anybody else would have taken a way better advantage of like Game Pass or PlayStation Now than he does. And he still clings to the belief that the games are what are going to bring people to the stream. It's been, 7 or 8 years since he started streaming. And he still doesn't realise it's the streamer people come to see. It's not the games. Maximilian, and yeah, I'm going to use Maximilian, Phil. You're going to have to deal with this. Because Maximilian doesn't just play fighting games. So people aren't just going to him for fighting games. They're going to him for him. How do you not get this? Even I get this and I don't stream. It's just... people who watch the streams get this. And don't stream, you know? This isn't some secret that you need to be a streamer to understand. This is just fucking obvious. People aren't coming to you for the games. They're coming to you for whatever fucking reason that eludes the greatest minds of our society in our day. People keep coming to your streams. And it's not for the games. Because you're currently playing Resident Evil 4 and Skyrim. For fuck's sake. People come to the streams for you. So you should be able to roll with a bad game. You should be able to be more flexible in the way that you approach gaming with something like Game Pass. Fucking hell.
Okay, enough of
Oh,
this.
yeah, more people being
I'm not entertaining dumb questions anymore. I'm just not. When I get dumb questions, why don't you get a second job? Oh, fuck off. No.
2 people got banned there. But it's like, again, that's a perfectly reasonable thing, right? Somebody who complains this much about not earning enough to survive on. The suggestion, have you considered a second job, is... it's reasonable, isn't it? It's perfectly reasonable to suggest to somebody struggling financially in his situation, get a second job. If streaming isn't bringing in enough, you're going to need to get a second job. If you want to continue streaming, but it's not bringing in enough money, you need to get money from elsewhere. Get another job. He can't accept that though, right? Do I want to spend time thinking about why he can't accept it? Because he is responding with... I'm sorry, I've got a hair in my eye. He is responding with aggression and hostility again. He's touching a nerve again. He's skipped being defensive. He's skipped, explaining why he can't. He might come back to it. I can't really remember. This fucking hair isn't going out of my eye. So he's skipping explaining it, which most people if most people couldn't, if you couldn't get a second job and somebody said to you, why don't you get a second job? You'd say, because I can't for X, Y, and Z reasons. You wouldn't immediately be like, oh, just fuck off. No, fuck off. I'm not entertaining this shit anymore. Fuck you. Fuck off. Get out of this. That's stupid. Fuck off. Nobody would be like that unless they're like Phil. They're defensive and they're aggressive and they're wounded. Their ego and their pride has been wounded. Do I want to spend time? Yes, because he's being like that. Because it's an admittance of failure, isn't it? 13 years of being a content creator on YouTube. You're a pioneer. You're a trailblazer. You're one of the first people to do Let's Plays. You're one of the first people to be able to prove that you can make a living on YouTube. Having to get a second job is an admission that you can't. It's an admission that YouTube isn't enough, that streaming isn't enough. You who have spent your last few years building on this legacy and sort of like really making this legacy a thing and going, I've been doing this for 13 years. If you need to go and get a second job, it's an admission of failure. It's an admission that this isn't enough. You can't do it. You might have been doing it for a while, but you can't do it forever. You have failed at doing it. It's an admission of failure. Is that why he's responding like this? Is that why he responds with the outright hostility? It's not a troll question. It's not a troll suggestion. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to say to someone like Phil. Someone in Phil's position. Other streamers do. Other streamers have other jobs. I think, is it Rich? Review tech. Is it Rich? I keep getting Rich and Wings mixed up in my head. I think it's Rich that has another job. Another Tipster does. Tipster says he did in the like back when I did that video. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. Have you considered getting another job, a supplemental income? You've got a wife who brings in her own money. But if that and your YouTube money isn't enough, either she's going to have to work more or you're going to have to find another job somewhere. So they're perfectly reasonable things. And his response is indicative of, oh, it is Davo. Is it Davo side Phil? Sometimes I worry that I'm just repeating the same things over and over again. And then other times I think, but it is. It is. Like, there's only so many ways you can say Phil's a narcissist. But so many of his actions point to narcissism, you know. There's only so many times you can say Phil's gaslighting people, for example. Phil's manipulating. Phil's abusing his audience. But then he does it so often that there's just no other explanation. You sort of like have to say, yeah, this is his ego being wounded because he's a narcissist and he can't accept like guilt or responsibility for failure. You can't accept that he failed at something and going and getting another job is an admission of failure. So instead, he reverses the role and makes you the attacker, and he immediately lashes out because he just does it all the time. So it's really not repeating myself, even though I feel like it is, because there's just so many different examples of him doing it. There's so many different examples of him gaslighting his audience that it's not repeating myself to say, like, this is him gaslighting when he's fucking doing it all the time. And there's only, you know, it's not repeating myself to say this is like him lashing out is because this is like a raw nerve that's been touched, when it just happens all the time. He does it all the time. And it's just like another example of him having like a fragile ego and not wanting to admit that other people have a point. And maybe he is like reaching the end of his like viable YouTube existence, and he should really start considering other ways to bring in an income. Which again, if he hadn't been such like a toxic prick to people, he might have other ways and other means of networking out to a point where he can expand into other areas. Like I said before, I can't think of anybody else who's had so many chances of redemption and fuck them up. He's not even been able to expand his YouTube career into like a book, you know. And I know that he says like trolls ruin all like his opportunities for sponsorship and all that, but it's like, even outside of gaming, even moving into other positions in other fields, he can't do that because he can't network. Because he's just been so toxic to everybody that's come into contact with him. The only social interaction he has now is with his wife. And even then, sometimes they just spend all night watching each other playing Skyrim or some shit. They don't talk, they don't interact that much. He doesn't fucking ask her how her day was or what show she's watching. He don't give a fuck. I'm going down this path again, I shouldn't do. But it's like, every time he acts like a narcissist, I go, look, there he is, acting like a narcissist. And I reach a point where I'm like, am I just repeating myself? And I have to reassure myself that no, there's just that many examples of him acting like a fucking narcissist. So there he is, lashing out. He's attacking, he's immediately attacking. He might in a minute, I'm pretty sure he does, go, no, here's why. But at the moment, his immediate response is, fuck you. Phil, you're worried about money. You're worried that you're not bringing enough in through YouTube. You're struggling to do things. Why don't you get a part-time job? Fuck you. That's not how rational people respond to that. That's not how people who are secure in the decisions that they've made in life that have led them to this point react. That's not how people who are emotionally and cognitively and psychologically mature and functional, that's not how they respond. You don't respond like this.
No, really, fuck off. You're out of here. Phil, I don't understand, Phil. You work 6 days a week full time. You just streamed 7 straight days full time. Why don't you get a second job? Fuck off. You're gone. Don't come back.
He has to paint what he does as full-time work. And I'm not saying that streaming can't be full-time work, because I know it can be. I don't stream, but I'm not stupid either. And I know that a lot of work goes into streaming, especially when you have a higher quality of output than this. But so much of Phil's day is taken up not streaming. I know he says he works full time, but he has a lot more breaks than full-time workers would normally get. And I can remember that at least. And I worked in a place where you got a break every hour because we worked with monitors and our union said these employees need regular eye breaks. So I know that you don't always get as many breaks as Phil. Most people do not get as many breaks in their 8 hours as Phil. And even then, taking all that out, what's left is not always actual gameplay. As we can see right now, this is 48 minutes long, this video that I'm reacting to. The bit that I'm really recording now is 40 odd minutes as well. Oh, God, what am I doing? And then he's going to play for like an hour or so. And then he's going to go on break for 20 or 30 minutes, which he needs to do. And then he's going to play for another hour or two. And then he's going to have a break. And then he's going to come back and he's going to play another 2 hours. And there'll probably be a break in there as well. So when you narrow it all down, really, you've only got about 4 hours-ish, being generous, of actual work. And then the rest, which, again, this is the fucking infuriating thing to me. He's, like, currently just really hammering likes and thumbs up and, you know, just, like, recommending the stream. Thumbs up the stream. Thanks, everybody. You know, we got so many likes on the stream. And he then makes it private, which removes it from some, like, the channel and engagement metrics. You can still see it on your on your dashboard. But in terms of, like, the search and the algorithm, I'm pretty sure that those views, that interaction, that engagement is gone. So there's no point having it there if you're going to private it and then re-upload it. You're just creating more work for yourself now. What he wants to do, he does that. He does that so he can control his image. Sorry, that was my knee banging into my desk. That's why everything shook then. What he does is he has his breaks in between the hour-long footage. He'll record and then he'll be like, right, stop. YouTube mode off. While I go, right, guys, It's coming up to like the first hour. Tips are really low. Would you mind, if you're really liking the content, if you do like to support the stream, please tip. Okay, on with part 2. Starts record, YouTube mode, on. He wants to control that image of himself. So you take the stream down and then re-upload it. And that also makes him appear busy as well. He's got to upload all these streams. He's got to get all this stuff sorted. If he has thumbnails, he'll upload them. Otherwise, he'll just click and just go with whatever YouTube defaults to. But that's all creating the impression of work. He wants you to believe that he works a lot. And we know the opposite is true. We know that he's active on his phone when he's not streaming. When he's not on camera streaming, he's probably on his phone trying to get a new Hogan JPEG. And we know that that's the majority of his day, not this. But he needs you to believe that work and everything associated with work takes up the majority of his day. That's why you can't have another job. Even though he easily could. You could cut out one stream and go and get a part-time job and work in the evening. I would assume the evening because he gets a lot of European support and they're up during the day. The evening streams are like 2, 3, 4 in the morning for us. So, depending on where you are. So, he doesn't, he wouldn't want to lose the European support and work during the day. But either way, he wants you to believe that this work is full-time work. And we know that from the majority of it, it's not. Because he's doing very little work. This is work to him right now. If you're at work in a factory on a production line, or if you work in sales and you're on a phone all day, or if you work in customer support, or if you work on a till in a supermarket, this is the same as far as he's concerned. It's exactly the same as this. It's exactly the same as being paid to talk and then to play a video game. But he wants you to believe he doesn't have the time for another job because all of his time is taken up by this job. Oh, and by the way, fuck off.
I swear to God, people are so fucking stupid. Anyway.
Oh, again, another one of those Dark Side Phil, of all people, thinks these people are fucking stupid. The man who poured bacon grease down the toilet thinks that people who are recommending he get a second job so that he can earn more money are fucking stupid.
So all this being said, yes, that would help tremendously. If I can tell you this right now, if I were to receive some gifted credits for, say, Xbox Live, or I guess PlayStation Network, I guess it doesn't really matter, although personally, I've preferred playing games recently on Xbox Live. I have. I like playing on my Xbox Series X. I like this controller. I like that I get surround sound. So that I would prefer if you were going to pick, oh, gee, I'd like to get filled credits of PSN versus Xbox Live. I would definitely prefer Xbox Live, but I'm not going to be a picky chooser here.
If you're going to get me one, get this one, but I'm not going to be picky. I'd prefer this one, but I'm not going to be picky. Fucking hell, just... God, how he uses language really fucks me off. Oh, fuck.
I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. If people want to gift me...
Sorry, can't let that one go either. Sorry. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. No, but you'll sit there and watch him play Skyrim.
If people want to gift me some stuff so I can easily buy games over the next month and take some pressure off, that would help tremendously. Yes, abso-freaking-lutely. And like I said, definitely with Nintendo Online for Metroid Dread and for Pokemon coming up, that's what I would definitely need for that.
He already had someone giving money for Metroid Dread. Never forget that somebody actually went and donated the money that he needed to buy Metroid Dread. I feel like, right, again, this is a lot of... This isn't really implying what I'm about to say. I don't think Phil is operating this way. But it's very similar to how people would scam people by saying, like, buy iTunes gift cards and send money that way. Or buy, like, prepaid cards and send money that way. You know, when people are trying to, like, email scams and things like that and saying, you know, we need money for this. To do it recently through buying credits for things like iTunes, or they buy like Amazon gift cards or prepaid credit cards. And I feel like it's very similar though, where he's like, if you're gonna donate money because you want to see me play a game, I'd prefer credit. Which is really, I think it's because there's no charges involved when you withdraw that money or when you transfer it. When you transfer stuff through PayPal, for example, and then somebody else wants to take the money out early, there's a fee involved. There's a transaction, and I would assume that's true of a few other cases of financial transactions being done electronically. But yeah, do you want to come in? But when you do it through gift cards, all you need to do is send the code. I need to have the door closed. Sorry. Yeah. 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 There you go. Good girl. Good girl.
So I would say either PlayStation Network or Xbox Live credits or Nintendo Online credits. That would help me tremendously in November. Because then I would, okay, I already got Forza on Game Pass, so I don't have to worry about that. And if I could cover the rest of the stuff for the rest of the month, I'm like, okay, now all my money that comes in, I can focus on the essentials, the bills I need to pay and everything, and not worry about, now I can't even afford games for the streams and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Here's another thing that sticks out to me. And again, this isn't really anything psychological. It's just a thing that sticks out to me. Given that he's played a bunch of old games that have been remastered, like Alan Wake, GTA, Super Monkey Ball, Resident Evil 4, which has not been remastered, but it's an old game. Resident Evil 4, Skyrim Anniversary Edition. For him to say, I can't afford, I worry about affording new games on the stream. With the backlog that he has, excluding like Game Pass as well, excluding whatever's new on Game Pass, and say, I'm assuming he probably does actually. He probably does still have like a PlayStation Plus subscription. If he's not got PlayStation Now, PlayStation Plus, I doubt he'll have cancelled them. But to like be in a position where you're like, I finished this game and I don't know what to replace it with. With the backlog that he has, with the library, the existing library that he has, he can't look through it and pick something at random just to fill the time until he gets something else to replace it with. And there would be no cost to him because he already owns it. And he's a fan of redemption runs and playing through old games because he knows what they're going to be like, and they're not going to be challenging, and he doesn't have to worry about the unexpected, and he's safe and secure because it's like fucking Alan Wake remastered, or it's GTA, so it's fine. That's astonishing to me that you can be a streamer and you can have your rota of games for the month, and as you're coming up to the end of one playthrough, you start thinking, I don't know if I've got enough money to afford replacing this, or if I, what game I should play next, and there's nothing really interesting and new on the horizon. I know, I'll look through my backlog, I'll look through my existing library, I'll see if anything there that I can play again. So like anything that I did bad at, or anything that I gave up on, anything that I could return to, just for a few streams, just filler, just until something better comes along, just until I can afford a new game. That he can't do that. It's astonishing to me. Not that he can't do that he won't do that. That he won't do that. He can do that if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to. Instead, it's all about getting something new. It's all about the new releases. It's all about what's coming next. It's all about what's new and immediate. What's coming up. What's about to be released. What we can do next. It's never about what I can revisit. It's never about what I can linger on. It's never about what I can plan for in advance either. Because again, he doesn't plan too far in advance. He's really bad at long-term planning, like all narcissists are. He needs the immediate gratification. That's an addict part as well. There's an aspect of addiction there, definitely. The addictive tendencies bleed out into other behavioural areas. They don't just stay restricted to the one thing. If you're addicted to spending money, you're going to manifest it in lots of different ways. The behavioural, I don't want to say behavioural loops, but the behavioural manifestations of those addictive impulses are going to manifest elsewhere as well. They're not just going to manifest whenever you're dealing with the specific thing that you're addicted to. Those things bleed out into other areas of your personality and your behaviour. Say, for example, let's just take a light example of like you feel like shit until you have your first coffee in the morning. You know, if you're addicted to caffeine or coffee and you drink coffee through the day, you feel like you can't function and you can't socialise well until you've had your first. That's you satisfying the craving that your body's having because you've not had coffee for the 8 or 9 hours that you've been asleep and woken up and sort of dragged your ass out of bed and, you know, gone to the toilet and done your morning ablutions and then gone downstairs and switched the kettle on. Smoking as well. If you have, you know, first cigarette of the day, and you know it feels better, or if you're dealing with stress at work and you think, I just need a cigarette, you're dealing with the cravings of a previous addiction, but it affects how you interact with other people because, you know, you think, oh, fuck, I can't be arsed with these people, or it affects how you deal with things that you might encounter in work. You might be stressed even more so than normal because you've not had a cigarette. So it's really winding you up and having to deal with emails or calls or meetings or even just getting something from the photocopier and the fucking thing's run out of toner and there's a paper jam. Dealing with stuff like that is affected by how well you're handling your addictive impulses, because if you're not that arsed and you can wait for a cigarette and you think, it's not been that long since I've had one, you'll deal with that stress differently than if you are really wound up and if you are really craving, if you are really conscious of the fact that you've not had a cigarette and you want one more. You want one as soon as possible. So behavioural addictions manifest themselves elsewhere. The behavioural impulses associated with addictions bleed out into other areas of your life and your personality and how you interact with people. So that's a really interesting one there as well. It's a very addictive thing to be about the immediate gratification, because that's what addiction is. You're satisfying the immediate impulse, the immediate need for something. What? I hear you walking about. Where were you? You've just come in.
So I hope that makes sense. Okay? I hope that makes sense.
To be fair, there's a lot of this that I hope makes sense as well, but I think I do all right conveying ideas and concepts and theories to people. So I just don't know how it's going to come out in the edit, because I know how long it's going to... Fucking hell. What am I doing? It's a good thing I'm cutting it like around this point and saving the snowcal stuff for later, because otherwise, holy fuck.
But it's incredibly stressful and frustrating to me when I'm literally trying to just scrape by to make ends meet right now because of all the shit that's going on in my life.
I would also like to point out the irony of him saying it is incredibly stressful for me because I'm trying to scrape by while sat in front of a PS5, an Xbox, and a Switch box and a silver YouTube plaque. He sits there proudly showing off his newest gen products. His current gen products. That's a PS5 there. There's an Xbox next to it. And there's a Nintendo Switch on top of that. And he's talking about how difficult it is for him to make money. He's scraping by, you guys. Also, by the way, I play on PS5 and Xbox. Fucking astonishing to me. The lack of self-awareness.
And I got people on the internet completely lying and slandering me, saying that, oh, Phil's lying and doesn't know what he's talking about. He's making shit up. And then on top of that, I got people coming to my stream saying, oh, well, I'm not entertained by Visage. It's just another horror game. He should be playing Metroid Dread. Yeah, I don't have the fucking money for Metroid.
Phil, if people are coming to your streams to say, we're not entertained by this, yeah, you can see where I'm going with this, can't you? Then they're not entertained by it. See, even my cat knows, don't you? Come here. Come here. Even she knows. Oh, just smile for the camera. Good girl. There you go. You had to grab onto my shirt, didn't you? There you go. Even she's not entertained by Phil. Yeah. Come on. Actually, I'm going to move that because you normally attack these, don't you? So, yeah, I'm going to have to put this somewhere. You're following it now. You know what this is. So leave it. Leave it be. It's for me in a minute. But just the idea that people will go on stream and go, Phil, we're not entertained by this. And he's like, guys, I'm trying. They're not entertained. That's your audience telling you play something else. As an interactive streamer, you should be. You should be attentive to the needs of your audience. Instead, you have an air of expectation and entitlement when it comes to them. Oh, it's lucky I moved the mouse. Because otherwise that would have stopped that recording then. Never work with children and animals.
I don't have the fucking money for Metroid Dread. You know? I wish. I fucking wish.
But the thing is, we know how much you earn. Because it flashes up on screen every time somebody gives you money. So we can at least add up an amount that you're getting. There may be a chunk of that money that goes out of your bills, and we're all willing to accept that because everybody has to pay bills. So we're all aware that, yeah, you're going to have to pay for stuff like your electricity and your rent and your mortgage, and, you know, your internet bills, for example. We know, we accept that. It's just that how much you say those things cost compared to how much you make doesn't add up. Either the amount that you say they cost is more than what you're making, or the amount that they cost is less than what you're making, and you're lying about how less it is. I nearly said how much less it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I don't even know why I'm bothering, because we all know that he's lying about it, and we all know it's going to Champions. It's just frustrating to break down the public appearance of it, the way he wants you to believe it is, because we all know he's lying. So seeing him, that was me banging my hand. So seeing him portraying this front is just fucking annoying. From a psychological perspective, it's fascinating. It's a great insight into the workings of a deluded narcissist's mind. But from a viewer's perspective, fuck. If I treated this like just a regular viewer, it'd just be me screaming at the video for like 20 minutes and then we'd be done. We should start doing that.
Are there certain games we can buy for you, or you decide what it goes to? Says Nealter. You can't buy games for me because they don't do that anymore. There's no such thing as, oh, I bought a digital code and I sent you the code and it downloads the game. They did away with that. Now it's just the credits.
Oh, it's the bit where he goes on about digital codes and things. Do I need to... Should I cut this bit? I can cut this bit.
Oh, Zen Shuriken says, what if someone says use this for Call of Duty? Then I would do that. Like someone right now, if someone sent me some credits and said, Phil, I really want to see you play Call of Duty on Friday. Will you do it if I send you this code? Yes. I'll play Call of Duty on Friday. I'll probably just do the multiplayer, though. Like, I don't think that the campaign's going to be worth playing. I'll probably just mess with the multiplayer. But, yeah, if that's what people wanted, yeah, absolutely. But, again, the other thing, the caveat of that, don't just send me stuff and be like, oh, now use it for a game that we're not even talking about. Like, oh, I'm going to send you a code and play fucking Shin Megami Tensei. No, I didn't say I'm playing it. I mean, I'm not going to now take these weird criteria. Now you're going to force me to play games on my streams that I'm not even interested in playing now because you think you're just going to send me the credits for it. That, no, I'm definitely not doing that. It has to be a game that we're talking about and that we're interested in doing and everything this month, okay?
Even there, he can't let control of his stream go. He can't, like, even for one stream, somebody sent me this, and it's not a game I'd normally play, but, you know, they've sent it me, so we'll give it a go, and let's see how things go. One stream, and everything you make in that stream would be profit. Be it $1 or $150. It would all be profit because you have not spent a single cent on that game. Somebody has sent you that game for free. He can't even risk that. He can't even risk the uncertainty and the unknown that lie within that possibility. Imagine having an ego that fragile. Imagine being that scared of taking a simple risk of playing something different. That's not even a big ask. You're not asking him to climb a mountain. You're not asking him to go skydiving. You're asking him to try a JRPG. I just feel like, right, because if it was me, if I was streaming and somebody sent me a game, I'd give it a go for at least a stream. I'd give it one go to say thank you for the person who sent me the game. And if I end up enjoying it, then great, I'll absorb it into my regular rotation and I'll start playing it more. And if I don't enjoy it, I'll be like, well, I didn't have the best time with it, but, we've at least played it for a stream or two. So the person who sent it me doesn't feel like they've been taken advantage of or aggrieved in some way. And I've also made money during that stream. And if the game's bad and I'm not enjoying it, as a streamer who's been doing this for years, I should have the ability to carry that stream regardless. But he can't. He can't even risk that. He's so scared and so fragile that he can't even risk that. And he has the fucking gall to call other people snowflakes. Because they've dared suggest, maybe cut down your bills and stop eating out and consider a second job. That's fucking astonishing.
And here's the other thing, guys.
Right, okay, so I had a thought because I've just realised that most of the time he's playing a game, he's not actually playing it either. So if you did send him a game that he didn't like, he wouldn't really play it that much. He'd just be sat there in the menu most of the time. And it was when he was playing Resident Evil 4 and he was just sat on a menu. And not on the menu, on the inventory screen. And he wasn't even playing inventory Tetris, which is the best part of Resident Evil 4. But I thought, what about if you edited his streams? You edited the whole gameplay. So from all his streams from start to finish. And you cut out every moment where he was sat on a menu doing nothing. Every time he's paused or brought the menu or the map up and talked to his stream. If he's read out a chat, or he's waiting for money to come in, or he's gone on a break, or whatever. You cut all that out and put together just the gameplay. Just the actual gameplay together. And then compared the length of that to the unedited length. I think I want to call it I didn't want to do it like This Is How You Don't Play, but I thought it'd be like DSP unpaused. And just to show how long he spends doing nothing. Because I swear it's getting worse. I swear he's playing less and less of the games. And he's just spending more and more time on pause screens or menu screens or inventory screens. Talking to his chat or, reading tips out or something like that. He's playing less and less of the game. So, yeah, that's just a thought I had recently. And I thought maybe I should do it at some point just to satisfy my own curiosity. Rather than actually trying to start a thing. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because I know I'm not the only one who's noticed this. And I just wanted to see how others felt because it has to have been getting worse recently. He's playing games less and less. I feel like it is inevitable at some point he's just going to stop playing them altogether. He just doesn't like doing it anymore. He's made his hobby his job. And that's that's a level 1 mistake.
This is what I've tried to convey, and people, I guess, have basically forgotten about it. So I want to reconvey something, all right? The reason that the tips goals are what they are, all right? $50, $100, $150. Remember, the tips goals used to only be $100 per stream when I was on Twitch. The reason I had to up those tips goals is to try to make up for the lost revenue that I had since I moved from Twitch to YouTube.
He upped them after the vest streak. He upped them during the vest streak. The vest streak was 200, wasn't it? He regularly got 200 a stream. I'm sure the vest streak was 200. I'm having my doubts now because one of his goals is 100, but the vest is 150. I'm sure the hat is 100. The vest is 150. Those goals were originally higher. He's saying he's had to raise them since he's come off Twitch, but while he was on Twitch, for a period, they were 200. And I'm sure he went to 300 at one point as well, and then he had to bring them back down because everybody was like, no, dude, seriously, that's taking the piss. He probably had an excuse for it. I may be vaguely misremembering things. But I am convinced that earlier on, for a period, his goal was 200 a stream. So for him to say, I've had to raise them when it's actually less, it's bullshit. He's making it sound like he's having to do this against his own will. You know, he'd rather not, but circumstances have forced his hand, so he has to. Whereas previously he'd set them much higher because he had that expectation of that money. And I feel like this is him reframing the realization that you cannot ask for 200 a stream anymore. You are going to have to lower that because nobody is going to give you that. You are struggling to get that. And it looks embarrassing to have that goal and to fail to reach it every time. So therefore, lower it and reframe it this way. Because, you know, I don't earn what I earn on Twitch anymore, so I've had to raise it. Whereas previously it was 200 because, guys, we're hitting the best streak. Come on. And then it went up because he thought I could start getting more. He is the sort of person who, if you gave him 1 million, would be annoyed that you didn't give him 2 million. If you gave him 1 million, he would spend 1.5 million. He is that sort of person.
I used to have 900 subs on Twitch. I used to have tons of cheers coming in constantly. And when I was removed from the Twitch Partner Program for no legitimate reason,
I feel like every time he says that, I'm just going to play this clip.
Repeated instances of inappropriate conduct involving hateful slurs. Lost all of that. I had to uproot my entire following and bring it over here and put it down on YouTube, and a lot of people didn't come over.
I had to change the website that I signed in on, which most people who viewed me on this website also have accounts for. So most people that were over here on Twitch also have accounts on YouTube. And not everybody came over because most of those subs were gifted. It's not because there's more people on Twitch and they're unaware of the fact that you're streaming on YouTube. It's because most of those subs were gifted. And this around 300 is probably closer to the truth. But he can't admit that. He will never admit that. We all know that he can't admit that. So it's like, now I had to root my community, bring it over here, and then put it down and install it here, and not everybody has come over. And the reason that not everybody has come over is because they're all fucking socks over there. They're all gifted subs, and they're inactive because nobody wants them. So instead, the real number, the closest number to actual, like, this is your true fan base, is probably this. And the gifted subs just hid that. We all know that. It's just funny to watch him sort of reframe it.
There's no gifted subs or memberships over here.
See, there we go. There we go. At other points, he's like, God, Twitch was shit, wasn't it? Twitch was really shit. I saw the writing on the wall. They were run by idiots, and so I left. And now he's here. He's like, you should do gifted subs. You should be more like Twitch. YouTube would be great if it was more like Twitch. Twitch was so bad that I had to leave it. But over here should be more like Twitch. Where I am now should be more like Twitch. The place that I went to after leaving Twitch should be more like Twitch and install these features that Twitch has. So that I can get my gifted subs and I can push my numbers back up and I can stop worrying about the fact that, do you know what? Nearly 1,000 people aren't watching you. You're struggling to get 300. I feel like he's brought it up himself, so he's dealing with it in a way that he wouldn't necessarily deal with it if somebody else had mentioned it. If that came in a tip or a super chat, he would lash out. He would be a bit more aggressive with the way he's talking about this now. I feel like this is still a raw nerve. This is still something that he's really sensitive about. Well, he keeps bringing it up. Fucking hell, why did I pause on this? Look at that face. Jesus. Why did I pause on this?
There's a lot lost. I'm making way less monthly on YouTube than I was on Twitch. I just am.
But I'm sure I've said this before, the people who would spend the money gifting subs on Twitch have super chats here. They have super chats, and they have memberships. They have tips. They have other ways of giving you that money. It's just that it's not making a number next to your stream. It's not making a number up there go up. It's not making the members goal go up. It's not making you feel good about the people watching you, about the number of people watching you, sorry. It's making it harder for him to hide, to deny the reality that he's just not that popular anymore. That fewer and fewer people are coming to see him. His membership, his viewership, his potential audience has been on a downward slide for a long time. And he can't hide that unless YouTube gives him gifted subs. He's really sensitive about it. He knows. It's really difficult for him to deny that reality. Much easier on Twitch when the numbers were artificially inflated by people like OIC. OIC is not pulling his weight over it. He needs more stock accounts. He needs to start subbing more. But again, he doesn't. Yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah, you get money for subscribing. You just don't get that many benefits if you're a viewer. You get, oh great, you've got a crown in chat. It just doesn't make it worth your while. That's another video, another time.
And I'm living with that, which is why I've tried to urge people, please tip, of how important it is. I just had 2 to 3 days here where it's like,
Right, again, nearing the end of this, that's addict behaviour. Again, there's the narcissist aspect of not being able to plan long term and preferring immediate gratification. But there is also an addictive behaviour there because super chats get paid monthly. But tips help immediately, you guys. And he needs it immediately. He can't wait a month. He'd rather have it now. I think I said it in the last video. Or it might have been earlier in this one. I'm sure it was the last video. If you gave him a check, he'd say, fuck off, you should have given him cash. It's addict behaviour.
Low income, And there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do about that at all. I'm putting out entertaining streams. The attendance is good on the streams. People are telling me they like the streams. It just sucks. That's the nature of the beast.
Oh, God, look how greasy that hair is. I wanted to mention something about people are telling me, I feel like that's delusion. I feel like, no. Is it delusion? Because you can't say to him you're not. You can't say to him, I didn't enjoy that. That wasn't a great stream. Because that sort of thing gets you banned. So you have to tell him that was a great stream. This is another aspect that I don't feel like it's really mentioned or explored that much. But he has essentially crippled his own ability to grow. He will never get past level 1 because he's been stuck there for so long that he can't possibly consider it. He can't possibly accept any sort of criticism because he's banned anybody that might. Everybody else gives him fawning praise because they have to, because otherwise, I'm just here chilling in chat. This has been a great video stream. Fuck it, lol, that kill was great, DSP. Wow, you really showed them on Street Fighter 2. DSP dropping knowledge bombs on Street Fighter 2 history and all that shit. You have to be like that, because otherwise you get banned. But that's just fawning sycophantic praise. That's not going to help you grow and develop. That's just what happens when you trim the bush of I don't know where I was going with that analogy. That's just what happens when you ban everybody that disagrees with you. That's what happens when you're as isolationist as this. You cripple your ability to grow because you can't accept criticism and look at the things that you can improve on. So every time everybody gives him a piece of advice or criticism or says you could do this to improve your streams, you get this response. You get something like this. You get an explanation of why he's not going to do that, why he can't do that, and it's bullshit. And then you get banned. So it's not really a delusion for him to say, people are telling me they're enjoying the streams. Because people are telling him that they're enjoying the streams. But people are telling him they're enjoying the streams because that's all they're allowed to do. They can't say that they're not. Otherwise they get banned. So he's never going to move past level 1.
When you're a content creator is that you don't know what you're going to make. You just don't. One day could be outstanding and one day could be bad. And I've had a series of bad days this particular week.
But those outstanding days should be enough to compensate for the days that are bad. And the days that are bad should be few and far between if you're good at what you're doing. If you can put out engaging, entertaining content for people, and then that makes them more likely to come back and give you more. So you have more and more outstanding streams. And the bad streams become fewer and further between. The fact that you're having so many bad streams, the fact that you have to keep going on breaks so 1 minute man can leave you a tip. Fucking hell. Are we nearly done? Come on, we're nearly done.
And it's like, now what's going to happen the next week? I don't even know. You guys are clamoring for me to play new games that I can't afford. By the way, I don't even know if I can afford my bills in the next week, you know? And that's the life I'm living right now. It sucks ass.
That's your life, Phil. That's your life. This is the bed that you've made. You cannot complain that you have to lie in it. I sometimes find myself wondering what it would take for him to come to that realization. You know, if there was a sharp shock to his system, and it would have to be a major shock, because that's what sort of drives change when people get a bit obstinate. You know, everybody has at least one point in their life experienced something that's made them think, well, fuck, I need to reassess how I view my life now. I wonder if this is the right time or place. It's probably a bit heavy, but for me, it was my cousin dying. I struggled with a lot of mental health issues through my 20s, and I really suffered with depression, and I really struggled. And that's why, like I said, when I mentioned earlier about my pension, I didn't think I would live this long. I spent most of my 20s not really having much hope that I'd make it to 30 because I was struggling so much. And so when my cousin died, it was a massive shock. And it made me look at my life, because I was seeing the impact of his death around everybody else as well. And I was seeing that it wasn't just me that was struggling. And it wasn't just me that had taken this as a shock. And it wasn't just me that was finding this like a really difficult thing to process and a really traumatic experience to go through. And I started to look at the rest of my family, and I thought, I can't do this. I can't bring that sort of thing to my family again. So I started to think, maybe I should stick around for a bit. And maybe I should work on my own shit. Because if I'm going to stick around for a bit, I might as well try to enjoy it. And so it sort of like made me reassess like my whole outlook on life. And I'm not saying that I'm like completely 100% better. And I don't think anybody should have to go through a traumatic death in order to find better coping skills. But I would just like to sort of like illustrate that most of us, to change our perspectives and our outlooks on lives require a sharp shock. There's either persistence from somebody over a long period of time that makes you reassess something, or it's a sharp shock. Like your partner might say, I'm leaving you unless, you change this behavior, for example. Or, you might need to, let's say, reassess your monthly outgoings and what you do for a living if you suddenly are demoted, or you lose a percentage of your income, or you lose your job. So most of us require a sharp shock if we're not doing it voluntarily anyway. To inspire change, you normally need a shock of some sort if persistence is not available. And persistence is probably not available to Phil, considering who his partner is. There's only one person that's likely to be able to persistently sort of influence him in that way, and she's unlikely to be doing that. So unless him playing Lost Judgment and Skyrim, and he plays a lot of games she plays, now that I think about it, because he also played like Nintendo Golf and Mario Golf, and Animal Crossing. She was playing that as well, so she's probably influencing him in that way. But I do have to find myself wondering what it's going to take for him to sort of like go, hang on a minute, have I been doing this wrong? Am I, and just sort of like reassess his life, what shock he would need. And I don't think he will. I don't think he will. I don't think there's anything. I thought about like, what about if his parents died? And I don't think he will mourn his parents passing. I think he will be happier that he's gotten his inheritance. I don't think he'll fly out for their funeral. So Kat leaving him would not. Leanna leaving him didn't. All he did was replace her. So Kat leaving him wouldn't. Because he'd just replace her. He'd find somebody else that's as lonely and as desperate as he is. So, yeah, there'd be someone. He might have to fly them in again, like with the previous two partners he's had. But be able to find someone who's like, yeah, I'd be willing to just, do a bit of cleaning and occasionally make you food for like no rent in a gated community. And so I don't think there's anything that would shock him into sort of like reassessing things properly. He says, oh, I've changed. Oh, I've made changes to things. Oh, I've looked at my life and I've done this. Oh, I regret doing this. Nothing's actively changed, though. There's been no effort to change. There's just some sort of like trite show of contrition and sort of claiming that he's grown and evolved. But I don't think anything would actually force that change anymore. I don't think anything could make him legitimately change who he is and how he goes about things. I think he's stuck like this forever. And again, I think that comes down to not seeing anybody, not socialising much. Most narcissists, you can force into... It's difficult. It's really difficult. But it's not impossible to make a narcissist reassess their way of going about things. You can get a narcissist into therapy. It's a really low success rate. I think I read somewhere it's like about 30%. About 30% of narcissists treat complete treatment for narcissistic personality disorder. It's something like that. It's something really low. But it's not impossible. But I don't think anything would with Phil. I don't think there's ever going to be a point where he realizes, guys, I've fucked up. I realise that what I've been doing is wrong. I don't think there's anything that will change him. I think he will be like this forever. And he will die knowing the words.
Hateful slurs.
They'll be the last thing his mind thinks of. Then he dies. And his gravestone will probably say, I did nothing wrong. And I think I'm done because I'm looking at how much I've recorded now. And I think I should save the Snowcar one for another time. Maybe the next one. Maybe I'll come back. Maybe the next video I should do will be finishing this off. And talk about like Snowcar and things like that. There's probably something I've missed that I could tie into it. So, yeah, I might start the next one off with this bit. But, yeah. I think the main reason I wanted to do this was just the losing his mind bit over the money in the bills. The two were too close together anyway, this one and the coping with low views. So I felt like doing them as a big celebration subscriber thing. To say thanks to everybody. Here's like the two recent things. But then I did the one and started editing it. And then I realised, actually, this is taking a while. I'll put in some stuff to break it up. And then I realised they were pushing the video length up. And then, so it's been a while, but I'm going to get this one out. And I think I've probably filmed. Actually, by this point I haven't, but by the time I edit to this point, I will have done. So I'll have filmed a proper sort of like conclusion to the video, and I'm just going to cut to it now. There were no patches in my beard. It was grey hair. Anybody who says there were patches in my beard is lying. Don't know what they're talking about. They're a detractor spreading nonsense. And in fact, I'm just going to lean in and ban this person now. Probably that shit in my chat. I should probably apologise first and foremost for the intro. I'm sorry. It was a stupid idea, but I just thought his intros were so bad, and I thought I could probably do one better. Just like as part of the code, just to throw it in, just to sort of like say this is how easy it is to do. All I did was clip a bunch of stuff, put it together, music under it, a couple of text transitions here and there, and some different fonts, and it just looked better. And it's so easy. I can't tell you, like, as somebody who edits, that was so easy to do. In fact, I even added effects to the text specifically to look as cheesy and naff as possible. But I still wanted to show, look, you can do this, Phil. It's a piece of piss. You know, stop being all this about it. And also, I don't get to edit like that often. Like when I did the top 10 in my 1,000 subs video, my top 10... this is I don't play moments, that I don't edit like that very often, so it was a bit of fun for me, like personally, just to, you know, go through it all and think, oh, I'll pick that footage, and oh, I'm listening to music and thinking, that one's a bit shit. For a while I did have a chip tune going under that, so it was going to be very different, but then I found the other music and I thought, yeah, actually that one's a bit better because it's got that nice little, almost like sort of like, oh, this is going to be a nice inspiring song, and then it kicks off with like heavy metal sounding rock guitar. So yeah, that one seemed a bit more fun. But yeah, for me that was just to play about as an editor. I don't get to do that. And with the constructing, like the fake live stream bit, that was just me sort of like going, where can I place these visual elements, and how could I parody like what DSP would look like, and how can I make it look like, you know, it doesn't really make me look like a professional streamer, but you get the idea that this stream going to that intro, you know, and just how easy it can be if someone like me can do it. Because I'm self-taught. I didn't learn how to do like editing at college or anything. I just did the tutorial on the program that I got, and since then, every time I've been like, oh fuck, how do I do this? Can I do this? I just Google. How do I add this effect, or how do I, you know, make images do this, or how do I do this in Vegas? And it's so easy. It takes like so little effort. Like, I'm shocked. I've had a couple of people talk to me about like editing and how, you know, how difficult it looks, and it's really not. It's really quite, you know, making something look good is difficult, but editing itself isn't. Learning the skills and techniques you need to learn to edit it's so easy. So yeah, it was just sort of like reaction to Phil being lazy and doing all of this shit, and also just for me to sort of like go, hey, I'm just going to take the opportunity to edit like this, because I normally don't. I normally don't edit like compiling footage that way and having music under it and everything. So yeah, it was just a bit of fun for me. I thought I needed it through this one. Sorry that this one took a while. It just didn't feel right. I did a go of it, and then I really wasn't happy with it, so I put it to one side for a while. And then as I was finishing up the 1,000 subs, I thought I'll give it another go. So I ended up recording that, and then as I came to edit it, I was like, I'm not happy with this. I'll leave it at the 1,000 subs video. I'll finish that off instead, and then I'll just do it as its own video. And then when I came to edit it as its own video, I was still like, oh, really? I don't want to. Just wasn't happy with it, and so it took a bit of like massaging. I actually did more than one pass of it. Normally I would just compile all the footage together, go through it, and then like add in transitions and text and everything as need be. But this time I went through and did all that, and I was like, I'm still not happy with it. So I went through it again, and just to sort of like see if there was things I could change or like things I could add in. And that's why there's a couple of, I need to apologize for that. I'm really sorry if all the chroma key effects really annoyed you, I'm sorry. That's on me. I learnt chroma key recently. Like a couple of videos ago, I learned to chroma key. See, that's how easy it is. I've been editing for years, and I didn't need that skill. But the moment I thought, fuck, I need to learn how to do this, I just fucking Googled it. And it was like, oh, right, it's a case of like clicking this thing here and then this thing here. And then adjusting a couple of sliders. It was fine. So, yeah, that was me going a bit overboard. When I first got this software, I did the same thing with like transitions between scenes and adding text and effects and fonts and things. And I knew I would, because you sort of do the moment you get like a bunch of new toys, you want to try them all out at once. So, yeah, I thought, fuck, this one's going to be insufferable. Well, by like near the end, as I was nearing the end of like my last editing go of it, I thought this is going to be really fucking annoying. So I'm sorry, but I needed to get it out, and now it's done, and now I'll be like, right, that's a tool that I can use in future. That's not something I need to play around with anymore. So now I know how to use it. I can properly apply it where appropriate. You know, it's just one of the things. You get a new thing, you get a new toy, and you think, oh, great, I can do this with it, and I want to do that with it. I want to see if I can do this with it. So, yeah, I'm sorry if all like, if all this shit is really annoying you. But for me, it's I'm laughing because I know what I'm going to put there. It's gonna look cool. Yeah, for me it was just a bit of fun, and yeah, I probably won't use like transitions like this, but you know, they're there for me. That's the thing. It was there for me, and it was a bit of fun for me, just to sort of keep me going through this thing. So I hope y'all liked it. I hope y'all enjoyed it, and I hope it wasn't as bad as I felt it was while I was like filming and editing it. The good news is I'm nearly done now. I'm pretty much done. I don't really want to do the rest of that video, the snowball thing. It's there it's there on the list. It's there in my back pocket, but there's more things that have happened since filming and editing. So yeah, I kind of want to get on with some other things. There is a thing that I really want to do for personal reasons first. That'll be the next video, and then I might actually just start asking people and say, look, I've missed quite a few things. What do you think I should cover next? I mean, he spams his community polls. Why can't I? But anyway, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I suppose because it's the last part of the 1,000 subs video, I should probably say, like, thanks for subscribing as well. I really do appreciate that you all think I'm interesting enough to want to know when I upload other shit. So, yeah, I really, really... Oh, and I've got one of these as well now. So, like, I'm a proper YouTuber. So, Kat, if you and Paul want your lights back, you can, you know, let us know. I'll bring them round. But yeah, thanks for subscribing, for sticking around, for like liking me vids and commenting on them, and just generally giving me the time of day and taking time out of your life to watch what I've put out there. I appreciate that, you know, you're looking at me and thinking, yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm up for that. So, cheers, everybody. If you still haven't, I'm way more active on Twitter. I'm not always, but, you know. Oh, I've got new transitions. I've got new effects. I can put a proper proper thing here. So, yeah, follow me here on Twitter. That's it. I'm done. I promise. That's it. But yeah, thanks everybody. We're going to finish this and render it now, and then upload it, and I'll get on with other stuff. Should be able to get stuff out a bit quicker now, because there's not as many long things. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. What did I just say? What have I done? Right, okay. Okay, don't panic, Steve. You can do this. You can do this. Bye, everyone. It's a good ending, isn't it? Yeah.